Chapter 567. As the news spread, the anti-Sparta alliance was excited, while Agesilaus was shocked. He had a premonition that the situation was not good and immediately ordered his troops to abandon the port and city that they had previously occupied in Corinth Bay to avoid being defeated one by one. However, this order came too late. Under the leadership of Iphicrates, the alliance's morale was boosted and they attacked separately. They recaptured Port Pilion and Sidon. As a result, the Sparta alliance's troops that were stationed in the occupied port towns in Corinth Bay and were about to enter the Piotia region were cut off. Agesilaus urgently ordered his younger brother, Turlucius, to lead a fleet to retrieve the scattered garrisons from the sea and place them in Lycaon and Sigon, focusing on defending these two important towns and ports in the Corinthian region. As a result, the Sparta alliance's offensive momentum was greatly affected, and they had no choice but to turn to defense. The anti-Sparta alliance attacked Lycaon several times, but they were all repelled and had no choice but to stop. The two sides were once again in a stalemate. However, the adventurous Iphicrates was not satisfied with the current situation. He led his light infantry with rations and boldly invaded the central part of the Peloponnesus Peninsula, Sparta's most loyal territory, Arcadia. He began to raid villages, loot food, destroy farmland, and repeatedly ambush the Arcadian army that came to attack them. In the end, the Arcadians did not dare to fight with him, but they could not ignore his crazy destruction, so they could only ask for help from Agesilaus. Agesilaus was in a dilemma when he received the Arcadians' request for help. At this time, the Sparta alliance was facing the pressure of the enemy's high morale and was feeling strained. Iphicrates' troops were the biggest headache for him. In his heart, he had already regarded this person as a formidable enemy. If he sent too few soldiers to help, he was afraid that this cunning general of Athens would defeat him. If he sent too many soldiers, he was afraid that the enemy in Corinth would take the opportunity to counterattack. However, Arcadia had to be saved. As the leader of the Peloponnesus alliance, Sparta was very different from the former leader of the Delian alliance, Athens. The attitude of Athens towards its allies could be said to be overbearing. They urged for tribute, sent armed colonization, supported the Democrats who were close to Athens, and the merchants of Athens had special privileges in the allies. When there was a local dispute, they had to go to the court of Athens to resolve it. Once they joined the alliance and wanted to leave, they would be attacked by the army of Athens. Sparta's attitude towards their allies was much better. As long as one did not betray them, Sparta would often discuss matters with their allies. This was because they did not have the huge population of Athens, nor did they have the strong financial resources of Athens, nor did they have the powerful navy of Athens. Even among the soldiers of the Sparta alliance, true Sparta warriors were always the minority. Sparta only relied on the illustrious reputation of the Sparta warriors for hundreds of years. However, if they left their allies, Sparta could not do anything. Therefore, although after defeating Athens, Sparta became arrogant and domineering, and their attitude towards their allies had changed, the essence of the matter remained the same. Sparta needed allies. As the king, Agesilaus knew this very well. So, he finally decided to return to Sparta and explain to the Council of Elders the reason for the setbacks during this period of time. At the same time, he asked the Council of Elders to send more reinforcements to Arcadia. The next morning, the Devers had just finished their breakfast when the guard captain Marcius entered the main tent. "Your Majesty, Middleades requests an audience." The Devers' heart skipped a beat. "Let him in." Middleades walked into the main tent anxiously and immediately knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, I'm here to ask for your forgiveness. After you gave the order yesterday, I sent more warships to patrol outside the port of Silatina. As you expected, there was indeed an enemy ship that rushed out of the port late at night. Our warships tried their best to block it, but the enemy's maneuvering skills were superb. They escaped from our encirclement and fled to the south. Our 2 fast ships have been chasing after them, but we have not received any news yet. Why did the people of Syracuse brave the great danger of sailing in the middle of the night to escape from the blockade of the Dionysian fleet? Clerk Hinepolis recalled the conversation he had with the Devers yesterday. He could not help but shout, "Dionysius! Dionysius must have escaped." Middleades was shocked. He quickly looked at the Devers and saw the wise young king frowning slightly. He then relaxed and said with a smile, "Don't jump to the conclusion that Dionysius has escaped just from this piece of information. Middleades, the sea outside the port of Silatina is so wide. Even if we deploy all our warships, we may not be able to fill it. Moreover, we can only send 4 or 5 fast ships to patrol at night. If the enemy wants to escape, the fleet will not be able to stop them." "Your Majesty!" Middleades was deeply grateful for the Devers' understanding. "But the enemy's ships rushed in and out as if our fleet did not exist. This is a humiliation to the Dionysian fleet. It is a humiliation to every sailor and captain of Dionia." The Devers' expression became solemn. "Our fleet cannot be arrogant and complacent just because we have defeated Syracuse many times. We have forgotten that we are not as good as Syracuse in terms of the maneuvering skills of individual warships or the formation and coordination of the entire fleet. Our fleet has been able to win so many times only because of the crows. We rely on the strength of our legion." The Devers' words made Middleades blush. He said shamefully, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. When I return, I will definitely train the fleet with Sir Syracuse. A year later, no, half a year later, you will see the standard of the Dionysian fleet improve significantly." The Devers nodded in relief. "Very good. I look forward to seeing a stronger Dionysian fleet in half a year's time." He then said, "Rise, Middleades. If I punish my valued generals just because 1 or 2 enemy ships escaped, I'm afraid it will not be long before Dionia does not have a good naval commander." The Devers' joke made Middleades relax a little. He stood up and asked hesitantly, "But Dionysius?" The Devers interrupted him. "This is not your concern. What you need to do now is to strengthen the security of the port and prevent the Syracuse fleet from escaping. At the same time, send 33-oared warships to Ligwim as soon as possible. Syracuse's fleet needs to be strengthened to gain the naval advantage in Sicily. Can you do it in 2 days? No need for 2 days, Your Majesty. I can send the required warships to Ligwim today," Middleades promised immediately. After sending the admiral off, Hinepolis hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, what if Dionysius really escapes?" The Devers had already made up his mind. He said unhurriedly, "What are you panicking for? If Dionysius escapes, it means that the battle in Greece is over. This is a good thing for us. But the First Legion in Sicily and the riot plan that Your Majesty has set up there will be affected." When the Devers sent the First Legion to Sicily, Hinepolis had heard about his plan from the Devers. He expressed his concern now. The Devers looked at him and said softly, "Henny, you overestimate Dionysius. No matter how capable he is, don't forget that he left his entire army in Greece and fled to Syracuse alone. He is a deserter. What will the people of Syracuse who lost their loved ones think? What will the people of Sicily think? Although I don't know what's going on in Sicily these 2 days, it won't be easy for Dionysius to calm the people's anger. He ruled Syracuse and Sicily with his powerful military force. Now most of his army is here." The Devers pointed at the city of Syracuse and sneered, "Without enough troops, can he still suppress the people of Syracuse who want to overthrow him?" Hinepolis's eyes lit up. "So, it's a good thing that Dionysius escaped." The Devers was silent for a moment. In fact, his words were to comfort himself. If Dionysius dared to escape alone, he must have a way to deal with the situation in Syracuse. After all, he had been operating in Sicily for many years. If he successfully escaped, the Devers' plan to disrupt Sicily might fail. It might even allow the tyrant to annihilate the First Legion and lead reinforcements to attack Greece. Hence, the Devers felt a sense of urgency. He said, "First, we have to confirm if Dionysius escaped." For this reason, he called Isam of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade and ordered him to send soldiers to monitor the situation in Syracuse from all directions and report back at any time. For the whole morning, Syracuse remained calm. No messenger was sent to Dionia's camp to ask for peace. Even the Syracuse scouts who patrolled in front of the city every day were gone. Only the number of soldiers on the city wall did not change. However, Dionysius, who usually appeared on the city wall every morning to observe the enemy, did not appear today. After understanding the situation, the Devers had an idea. In the afternoon, he sent the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade to take turns shouting in front of Syracuse, "People of Syracuse, you are defending the city seriously, but your tyrant Dionysius has escaped. People of Syracuse, surrender. Dionysius has abandoned you. Why are you still fighting here? Why did Dionysius escape? Because the First Legion of Dionia has captured Sicily and Catanae, and is now attacking Syracuse. If Dionysius doesn't escape, he won't be able to return home. We did not lie to you. When you attacked our camp yesterday, did you see our First Legion? No, right? They have already landed at Naxos Bay. Dionysius blocked the news, so that it would be easier for him to escape. Today, Dionysius did not appear in the city, did he? He has escaped. If you don't believe me, you can go to his tent and see if he is still there." Chapter 568. Originally, the Syracuse soldiers were informed by their officers that Sir Dionysius had caught a fever and was resting in his mansion, unable to patrol for the time being. However, the Dionia people's shouts were very convincing. Dionysius escaped alone had already caused them to panic, but Syracuse city is under attack was even more shocking. Not only were the soldiers panicking, but the officers could not sit still either. Therefore, many Syracuse militia and freedmen gathered at the West Courtyard Square, discussing the rumors nervously. In the end, they decided to meet Dionysius to verify the authenticity of the rumors. The army of thousands of people blocked Dionysius' temporary residence in a grandiose manner. Meanwhile, in the mansion, Phasapises, Leptinus, Androstini, and a few other generals were running around anxiously like ants on a hot pan. When Phasapises heard the rumors, he was shocked. The news of Dionysius's departure was only known to those present. How did the Dionia people know about it? Could it be that someone was communicating with Dionia? Secondly, Dionysius said that he rushed back to Syracuse because the Dionia people had landed in Megaro. But now, the Dionia people said that they had already occupied many cities in Sicily and were attacking Syracuse city. Although the enemy's words could not be easily trusted, now that he thought about it, even if the Dionia people landed in Sicily, Messias would be able to deal with them. Yet, Dionysius left in such a hurry. Was it really possible? After all, the Dionia people had accurately stated the fact that Dionysius had left. Phasapises' mind was racing, and so were the others. The atmosphere in the room was heavy, but outside the room, it was noisy. Everyone, the soldiers have been incited by the rumors spread by the people of Dionia. They insist on seeing His Excellency Dionysius. What should we do to quell this chaos? Phasapises asked anxiously, breaking the silence. Of course we can't let them in. If they know that Sir Dionysius has indeed left, there will definitely be chaos. One of the generals said firmly. But how can we stop them from coming in? Phasapes said worriedly, there are thousands of soldiers outside. Once they lose their patience, the guards won't be able to stop them. Why don't we send someone out and make an oath in the name of a god, saying, Lord Dionysius didn't leave. He's just seriously ill. Their presence will affect the treatment of Lord Dionysius. When Lord Dionysius recovers, he'll meet with them. The leader of the secret agents, Androstini, suggested. This is a good idea. Fasipex's eyes lit up, then he looked around at the crowd and asked, "Who is willing to persuade the soldiers?" Everyone stopped talking. Their gazes were either looking up or down, but they didn't want to make eye contact with Huashipises. "Lord Androstini?" Fasipizes asked in desperation. "I'm just a nobody in charge of gathering information for Lord Dionysius. How can the soldiers believe what I say?" Androstini shrugged and tactfully rejected. Fasipes thought so and shifted his gaze to Dionysius's younger brother, Sir Leptinus. The straightforward Leptinus hurriedly shook his head and said directly, "I will never make such a false oath in the name of a god." Fasipes immediately felt bitter. He thought, as Dionysius's younger brother, "You're not willing to do it. Do you think others are willing to do it? That's blasphemy." When Fasipes turned his gaze to the other generals, one of them said impatiently, "General Fasipes, when Lord Dionysius left, he gave you the authority to command this army. If you don't go and persuade the soldiers, are you going to make us go?" "That's right. That's right. You're the most powerful person in Syracuse right now, and you have the highest prestige among the soldiers. There's no better candidate than you." A few generals spoke at once, and Fasipes' heart skipped a beat. He could feel a strong sense of jealousy from his comrades' words. At this time, Androstini and Leptinus also expressed their agreement. The reason they reached an agreement so quickly was because they knew very well that this was a dangerous task. Using lies to deceive tens of thousands of Syracuse citizens and freedmen. If one day the truth was exposed, the executor would definitely incur the wrath of the people of Syracuse. Not only would he be ostracized in Syracuse, he might even be accused of blasphemy by the people in power and be heavily punished. Fasipes naturally knew the pros and cons of this. Seeing these people quickly unite and isolate him, he felt a sense of desolation in his heart. As a normal citizen of Syracuse, he was able to become a general that Dionysius trusted because of his foresight, skill, and adaptability. He did not only know how to flatter Dionysius, he could always make decisions that were beneficial to him at crucial times. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Fasipes was silent for a while. He repeatedly deliberated in his heart, and finally made up his mind. However, his expression remained calm as he stood up and said, "All right, I'll go and persuade the soldiers." The crowd revealed a joyful expression as they watched Fasipes walk out of the mansion with heavy steps. "Isn't this not too good?" Leptinus said with some pity. The others ignored him. Suddenly, an even louder roar erupted from outside the mansion. Everyone in the house could hear it clearly. "We want to go home. We want to go back to Syracuse." What happened outside? Androstini felt uneasy. At this moment, a guard barged in and said in a panic, "Sirs, General Fasipizes. General Fasipizes has announced to the soldiers, Lord Dionysius has left the Sirius, and he will soon return with reinforcements from Sicily." "What? Damn you Luciperzes! How could he speak the truth?" "Sir Ocradin, we'll reach Crotone soon after we go around this point," the captain shouted. Ocradin nodded, indicating that he understood. As a senator of Carthage's Senate, Ocradin was Hanno's confidant. This time, he was ordered by Hanno to negotiate with Dionia. Dionia, the Greek city-state alliance that Carthage did not take seriously, had surprised Carthage in the war against Italy. Not only did they defeat the insufferably arrogant Dionysius at sea and on land, but they also sent troops to land in Sicily. The news spread to Carthage, and the people were in an uproar. Especially when they saw Carthage's merchant ships transporting hundreds of tons of grain and thousands of Syracuse prisoners, they were even more elated. Compared to Carthage, the people's impression of Dionia's alliance had improved, while the senators were discussing the sudden change in the situation between Greece and Sicily. Hanno sent Ocradon to Dionia in hopes that he could find out the intentions of this city-state alliance that had just signed a friendly agreement and see if they could reach an alliance to protect Carthage's interests in Sicily. At the same time, it would be convenient for Hanno to propose in the Senate that he remove the governor of Sicily. Ocradon learned from the Carthage emissary, who had accompanied the grain ship to Turin, that Dionia's army was besieging Silatina. Their new king, who could really make decisions, was also in the army. So, Ocradon cancelled his plan to go to Turin and prepared to go directly to Dionia's camp in Silatina. However, the port of Silatina was in the hands of Syracuse. If they forcefully landed on the nearby beach and soaked the precious Bolton in the sea, Ocradon felt that it would damage the image of a great city-state emissary. So, he decided to stop the ship at the port of Crotone and take a look at the situation of the famous city-state of Crotone in Greece after being massacred by the Syracuse. After going around the promontory, Ocradon saw 7 or 8 three-oared warships lined up in the sea in front of him. Sometimes they charged, sometimes they retreated, and sometimes they circled. The columns cooperated with each other and often crossed each other. Obviously, this was the Dionysian fleet training. Ocradon looked for a while but did not see the warship Raven that was rumored to have defeated the Syracuse fleet, so he lost interest. Just as the ship was about to turn into the port, a fast ship came and stopped them. Ocradon noticed that the sail of the other ship also had the symbol of the Dionia alliance, which was black hair entwined with a double thigh. He was slightly surprised. Crotone actually relied on Dionia to such an extent that even the port was patrolled by the Dionysian fleet. After the patrol ship asked Ocradon about the purpose of his visit, it took the initiative to navigate ahead. After entering the port, he found out why the Dionysian fleet was patrolling the Sea of Crotone. Most of the piers at the port were burned, the wreckage of ships were everywhere on the beach, and there were many charred ship planks floating on the sea. The land was full of ruins. It was pitch black. Ocradon saw all this and could not help but think of the tragedy caused by the Syracuse after conquering Mortia. He could not help but curse. Damn Dionysius! Such brutality, the gods will punish him. There were not many ships in the port. Most of them were merchant ships from Dionia, carrying some necessities that the Crotone people urgently needed. Olive oil, tar, pottery, furniture, ironware. Ocradon's ship stopped at a relatively intact port. The Carthage emissary group went ashore and followed the captain of the patrol ship. Chapter 569. The people of Crotone, who used to be the strongest nation in Greece, had to scavenge for a living. As a Carthage citizen who had dealt with Crotone before, Ocradon could not help but sigh when he recalled the bustling scene he had seen here. Ciudad Crotone was huge. Ocradon did not see many young men along the way. He could not help but wonder, did Dionysius kill all the citizens of Crotone? The citizens of Syracuse are working in the fields. When Syracuse's army besieged Crotone, they destroyed all the fields outside the city. They have to take advantage of the early spring to plant more crop. Otherwise, there won't be anything to eat in autumn, the captain of the patrol ship explained. When he reached the center of the city, what entered Ocradon's eyes was no longer the smoldering ruins, but a construction site with many people working hard. This is our citizens helping the people of Crotone build houses, the captain of the patrol ship said. Ocradon looked at the busy construction site in front of him. Out of the nature of a businessman, he asked, "How much do you charge for building a house for the people of Crotone?" The captain smiled. "The people of Crotone have nothing now. They don't have the money to pay us. The citizens are volunteering to build houses for them." In fact, the captain of the patrol ship did not tell the truth. Helping the people of Crotone rebuild their homes was the suggestion of the Devers. The people who participated in the construction would not be able to get gold or silver, but their contributions would be recorded. After the war, they would be commended by the Senate of Dionia. This meant that they would be given land and citizenship. Therefore, most of the people who came to Crotone were freedmen and probationary citizens. He then realized how big of a business opportunity this was. He had heard that the territory of Dionia had also been ravaged by the people of Syracuse. There were also the cities of Syracuse and Trine. If these cities needed the help of the people of Dionia to rebuild, the amount of resources needed would be enormous. Dionia alone would definitely not be able to supply them. If his family could also get involved, the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Now, he was glad that he had been chosen by Hanno to go to Dionia. If he did not seize this opportunity, Balaman would punish him. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he did not see the captain go straight to the worksite, and a moment later he came with a man to Acraton. The man saluted Acraton and said, "Honorable Carthaginian emissary, welcome. I am Agasia, senator of Dionia and governor of Asprustum." Acraton immediately returned the greeting and said in pure Greek, "I am Acraton, senator of Carthage. I have been appointed by the Senate to meet your king." Previously, Agatha had heard that Ansitanos had a closed-door banquet when he first came to Carthage. She had thought that this Carthaginian envoy would be difficult to get along with, but Acraton was surprisingly easy to talk to. The two of them chatted while walking. Under Acraton's intentional guidance, Agasia talked more about the destruction that the army of Syracuse had inflicted on Dionia, as well as the difficulties of rebuilding Cremissa and Crotone. Acraton took note of all these in his heart. The group walked out of the west gate of Crotone. Although it was called a gate, it was actually just a large gap in the broken wall. After leaving the city, Acraton saw countless tents set up by the moat. Many people were going in and out of the tent area. It was very lively. Someone saw Agasia and took the initiative to greet him. Obviously, this senator of Dionia was very popular in Crotone. "Is this where the people of Crotone live?" Acraton asked casually. "Yes. As you have seen just now, the whole city was burned down by the damn people of Syracuse. It is impossible to live in the city. These tents were part of the Dionysian army's gift to Crotone after we seized them from Syracuse's camp." Agasia was not angry when he said this. He was in a good mood. After all, when the news of Crotone's destruction reached Turii, the native Turii people even applauded and cheered, saying that it was the punishment of the goddess of vengeance to Crotone. Agasia remembered something and quickly said, "Lord Acraton, let me take you to meet the chief general of Crotone, Lucius." "There is no need. My mission this time does not include Crotone," Acraton refused directly. If Crotone was still the powerful Crotone of the past, Acraton might have other ideas. However, after seeing the current state of Crotone and how much they relied on Dionia, Acraton had lost interest. Moreover, he did not want to anger the people of Dionia. Therefore, the emissary group led by Acraton went ashore at the port of Crotone and crossed the entire Ciudad Crotone. However, they did not meet the owner of the place and left just like that. It was already noon when Acraton and his entourage arrived at the Dionia camp in Silatina. It had only been 2 days since the people of Syracuse attacked the camp. Even though the burned left camp was being rebuilt by the soldiers of Dionia, there were still wooden fences blackened by smoke and burnt tents in the camp. Acraton imagined the fierce battle that took place here. After receiving the notice from the cavalry sent by Agasia, the Devers went out of the camp to welcome them. They had the guards line up neatly on both sides of the road. The bugles, drums, and flutes played a beautiful melody. Acraton was pleasantly surprised by such a grand welcoming ceremony. He happily followed the Devers into the main tent. In the history of his previous life, Carthage was too famous as a strong opponent of Rome. This was the first time the Devers had seen Carthage. They could not help but look at the emissary before them curiously. He was slightly plump, of average height, black hair, dark brown eyes, thick black eyebrows, and slightly tanned skin. If not for his straight nose bridge and slightly wide nose, He looked similar to his compatriots in his previous life. The Devers inexplicably had a good impression of him. Akhenaton was also looking at the new king of Dionia. Before he went on this mission, he had specially investigated the situation of Dionia. He knew that the establishment and rapid rise of the Dionia alliance had a lot to do with this person before him. But, Lord Balaman above, he was too young. He was so young, yet he had so much power. It was really enviable. Honorable emissary of Carthage, Carthage is a great city-state. We are very grateful for your great help during the most difficult times of Dionia. With the precious food supply, we can carry on this terrible war. The sincere words of the Devers made Akhenaton happy. He immediately said, Honorable King of Dionia, Carthage is not only rich in grains. Our other goods are also famous in the western Mediterranean. The invasion of Syracuse has caused great damage to Greece. It is truly distressing. We, Carthage, wish to provide assistance to Dionia and other city-states in the reconstruction. I wonder if Your Majesty. The Devers was taken aback. The way the emissary of Carthage spoke reminded him of Myrsa's. He smiled and said, Previously, the friendship agreement between Dionia and Carthage includes free trade. We naturally welcome Carthage to provide abundant goods to hasten the reconstruction of Greece. If Lord Akhenaton has his own caravan, I can provide you with special assistance in doing business in Greece. Really? The moment Akhenaton spoke, he realized he had lost his composure. He hurriedly coughed a few times and sat back on his wooden chair. The Devers turned to Henipolis, who was standing by the side, and said solemnly, Henny, note down this matter. Note down Lord Akhenaton's name as well. Inform the commercial officer, Marigi. Yes, Your Majesty. Henipolis glanced at Carthage's emissary with a disdainful gaze. He then sat down at the wooden table and started writing. Akhenaton tried his best to suppress the urge to say, Thank you. He praised loudly, Senator Carthage admires the outstanding performance of the Dionia alliance in this war. Although Dionia is weaker than Syracuse, they were able to defeat Syracuse at sea and on land. They crushed Dionysius's ambition to conquer Greece. You must know that Dionysius, the dictator of Syracuse, is extremely greedy and violent. He has destroyed many famous city-states in Sicily. We, Carthage and the other Greek city-states have suffered greatly. Dionysius's powerful military force has rendered us helpless. The victory of Dionia over Syracuse has caused the people of Sicily and Carthage to rejoice. We were forced to do so. Devers sighed and answered with a solemn expression, If we couldn't defeat Syracuse, Syracuse would destroy Dionia. Therefore, the people of Dionia united and fought back with all their might. Although we managed to repel the enemy, we paid a huge price. When I came here, I saw the great destruction that Syracuse had caused to Greece. I deeply sympathize with the great sacrifices that Dionia has made in this war. But it was all worth it, wasn't it? Akhenaton politely expressed his concern, then turned around and pointed outside the tent. The army of Syracuse has been besieged by Your Majesty's army in the Syrium, and it looks like the people of Syracuse are powerless to break through your blockade. However, I'm afraid it won't be easy to take down a city defended by tens of thousands of people. Your Majesty, what do you plan to do next? Continue to besiege the enemy until they run out of food and surrender? I believe that with so many Dionia soldiers out on the battlefield, Dionia must be under a lot of pressure. Of course, Carthage is willing to continue providing food aid to Dionia at a fair price. Chapter 570. Peace negotiation? Akhenaton was shocked. Yes. Syracuse wants to stop the war with Dionia and give up the land they occupied in Greece and the Locrian alliance. In exchange, the troops in Syracuse will be allowed to return to Sicily safely, said the Devers solemnly. King Devers, are you going to agree to their conditions? Asked Akhenaton immediately. I'm thinking about it. Just like what you said, Dionia has faced many difficulties since the start of the war. It's not just about food, it's also because the citizens have come out to fight. The affairs within the alliance have been neglected and the citizens are weary of the war. Sigh. The Devers shook his head and sighed. King Divers, I don't think you can stop the war with Syracuse at this time, because Dionia's national strength cannot compare to Syracuse's. Don't be fooled by Syracuse's consecutive defeats in Greece. It only needs a year or two to recuperate before it can gather a huge army and invade Greece again. In fact, our Carthage learned this painful lesson during the war with Syracuse. Is 1 or 2 years enough for Greece to recover its strength after suffering great damage? Ecriton reminded loudly with a concerned expression. Then, the Devers hesitated and asked, "What do you suggest?" "Completely annihilate the Syracuse army in Syracuse." Ecriton said sternly, "It'll be better if we can capture Dionysius. He's the main culprit of all the wars in Sicily and Greece." The Devers felt that he could vaguely see Carthage's attitude towards Syracuse in this war. However, he was prepared to probe Carthage's bottom line. Hence, he continued to ask in a hesitant tone, "Just like what you've said, Syracuse's strength far exceeds Dionia's. Even if we annihilate this army, Syracuse in Sicily can still threaten Greece's safety. Dionia will face the danger of war at any time. Then, what should we do to completely eliminate this danger?" "Completely eliminate? Then we might as well annihilate Syracuse. This is something that even our Carthage can't do, let alone Dionia." Ecriton's arrogant tone elicited a snort from Hinepolis. Under the Devers' reproachful gaze, Hinepolis lowered his head and continued with his work. Ecriton felt that he was magnanimous. He ignored the young man's rudeness and continued to point out the direction for Dionia's next. "Syracuse, Syracuse, 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 Syracuse," said. "Syracuse," said, "Syracuse. Syracuse, 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 Syracuse. Syracuse, 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 not Syracuse, Syrac Haven, Syracuse, Syracuse, have Syracuse, the Syracuse, Syracused, have Syracuse, Syoff sire the there. Syrac haven't your troops already landed in Sicily? As long as the army of Dionia continues to fight in the eastern part of Sicily, the Greek city-states and the people will definitely rise up and support you against the dictatorship of Dionysius. The Sicilian alliance established by Syracuse will definitely be broken, and Syracuse will no longer be the overlord of Sicily." The more Acriton spoke, the more agitated he became. He even clenched his fist. Divers, on the other hand, had a calm expression. He exchanged a glance with Hinepolis, who had quietly left the tent and quickly returned. Divers then said slowly, "Lord Ecklandon's words are very reasonable, and I'm very tempted by them. However, Dionia has only sent 4,000 soldiers to Sicily. Originally, they only wanted to harass and destroy the eastern part of Sicily, forcing Dionysius to lead part of his army back to Sicily and relieve our pressure in Greece. However, I received an urgent report from Sicily the day before yesterday. Our troops that landed in Sicily were attacked by the 20,000 soldiers led by General Macias of Syracuse. They're in a very difficult situation. It seems that fighting in Sicily won't be easy. If Carthage can seize the opportunity when Syracuse's army is away and its territory is defenseless to attack from the western part of Sicily, then Syracuse won't be able to resist at all. By then, not only will Syracuse's alliance crumble easily, even Syracuse city, which hasn't been occupied for hundreds of years, may be breached." After listening to the Devers' agitated and tactful request, Acriton's originally vigorous demeanor became somewhat awkward. He avoided Devers' seemingly excited gaze and stammered. "Carthage and Syracuse signed a peace agreement a few years ago. Carthage will abide by the agreement and will not violate it within the time limit. Carthage has always kept its promises. This is the main reason why Carthage can become the wealthiest city-state in the western Mediterranean Sea. Hinepolis looked at Carthage's pretentious attitude and sneered in his heart. The Devers looked disappointed. He slumped on the wooden chair and said in a low voice, "Sigh. What a pity. Although Carthage can't participate in the war, we will support Dionia with all our might." Ocradin shouted hastily. He was here because Hanno wanted to deepen the relationship between Dionia and Carthage. He wasn't here to stop the war between Dionia and Syracuse. If he returned with such an outcome, how would he dare to face Hanno? Ocradin was slightly anxious. "Not only will we continuously supply you with grains, but we will also provide high-quality weapons. We are also willing to provide a huge loan for Dionia to recruit mercenaries when you lack manpower." The Devers' eyes lit up and immediately said, "That's great. With Carthage's selfless help, we are confident that we can defeat Syracuse. Henny, bring me a pen and paper. I want to give Lord Ocradin a list of supplies that Dionia urgently needs." "Yes, Your Majesty." Hinepolis immediately stood up and handed the pen and paper to Ocradin. Ocradin was dumbfounded when he saw the Devers' sudden change from dejection to confidence. He quickly said, "King Devers, before you make the list, please sign a new agreement with me." "A new agreement?" The Devers looked confused, but his heart tightened. The true purpose of Carthage's visit was finally revealed. "Yes, a new agreement. Under your leadership, the Dionysian army's outstanding performance on the battlefield has once again changed the view of the Carthage Senate on this war. Carthage hopes that after giving full support to Dionia and obtaining victory in this war, Dionia will not be able to." Before Ocradin could finish, he was interrupted by the voice of the guard captain, Marcius, who had lifted the curtain and entered the tent. "Your Majesty, the report from the First Legion is here." "Quick, show it to me." The Devers could not wait to take the papyrus scroll from Marcius's hands. Ocradin, who was interrupted, could not help but widen his eyes in curiosity. "That's great." The Devers shouted excitedly and said in a clear voice, "In the letter," Antonius said, "the First Legion has completely defeated the Syracuse coalition led by Macias and has occupied Tauromenion. There has been a large-scale riot in the middle of the entire east coast of Sicily. The people in Sicily, Catanai, Leontini, and Taunus have overthrown the dictatorship of Dionysius. At the same time, the people in Syracuse have also rebelled and chased the supporters of Dionysius to Ortygia Island." At this point, the Devers paused for a moment and said in a more serious tone. Antonius also said, "These newly independent city-states are afraid that they will be viciously retaliated by the powerful Syracuse in the future. All of them have requested to join the Dionia alliance." "Really?" Hinepolis and Marcius were shocked. "Take a look." The Devers handed over the papyrus scroll in his hand with a happy expression. "Let me take a look first." Ocradin did not care about his manners as a guest and snatched the scroll with unprecedented agility. He could not wait to open it and read it carefully. The Devers and Hinepolis looked at each other and smiled. The war report was indeed real. However, it was not just delivered, but it had been delivered in the morning. The Devers let Hinepolis and Marcius put on this show, but at the same time, they got rid of Carthage's plan. Ocradin read it over and over again with a look of disbelief. He did not expect that the war situation in southern Italy would suddenly turn out like this after he left Carthage for less than 2 days. How was he supposed to say that, after the war, Dionia is not allowed to set foot in Sicily? This is really... Ocradin did not know what to say for a moment. After a while, he said, "Has the situation described in this been confirmed?" "Sir Ocradin, Dionia has a military law. It states that no one is allowed to make false report. If the war report is verified to be inconsistent with the truth, the punishment will be different depending on the severity of the situation. The lightest punishment will be demotion, and the heaviest punishment will be death. Although Antonius is the commander of the legion, he would not dare to make such a mistake, the Devers answered seriously. Chapter 571. But before Ocherdon could finish, Marcius said again, "Your Majesty, I have a few more letters here, sent along with the battle report. Why didn't you say so earlier? Show me." The Devers pretended to be angry and criticized. He pretended to read the letters, then said to Ocherdon, who was looking around, "These are letters from Taunus, Leontini, Sicily, and other city-states asking for an alliance." Ocherdon's hands trembled as he took the letters. After reading the first and second letters, he was no longer in the mood to read any more. Of course, he could see that these letters were real. He could tell from one point alone. There were many names written at the end of the text, and there were even handprints and graffiti. He could imagine that, among the leaders of a city-state insurrection, there might be the citizens of the upper classes, with their elegant handwriting, and the commoners, who could not read, with their crooked handwriting, and the freedmen or the slaves, who could not read, of course, could only scribble with their hands. These rioters had just driven away the forces of Dionysius, and they wrote letters in such a hurry. Perhaps it was not only to get the military protection of Dionia, but also to get the support of Dionia in the subsequent city-state election, so that they could fight for more benefits for the group they represented. If the distraught Ocherdon took the time to read these letters, he would find that there was no letter from Catanai. In fact, there was, but the Devers did not take it out. Catanai's letter was written by Antiporus. In the letter, he emphasized that the people and free people of Catanai, and even a small number of slaves, after many exchanges and persuasions, agreed to let Catanai join the Dionia alliance. This was the reason why the Devers did not take out this letter. In addition, there was also a letter from a city-state asking to join the alliance, and that was Naxos. Yes, after the former exiles recaptured their home, they decided to rebuild the city of Naxos and offer it to Dionia. Both Catanai and Naxos had been destroyed by Dionysius, so the people here knew more deeply than the people of other Sicilian city-states that peace and tranquility were far more important than the seemingly freer but actually dangerous independence. Therefore, under the guidance of Antiporus and his men, they willingly chose to join Dionia, the Greek city-state alliance that could defeat the terrible and powerful Syracuse, so that they would not be homeless in the future. Ocherdon handed the letter back to the Devers absent-mindedly. At the same time, he tried to persuade the Devers, King Devers, even if Dionia defeats Syracuse and obtains the final victory, your priority should be to restore Greece to its former prosperity. The relationship between the various city-states of Sicily is complicated, and there is also the conflict between the indigenous cycles and the Greek. If Dionia rashly intervenes in this island that is completely unfamiliar to you, it will easily be involved in the conflict between the various city-states. It will instead drag down the development of Dionia. Thank you for your concern and reminder, Lord Ocherdon. The Devers smiled and asked, in Syracuse's invasion of Greece, there are citizens from Leontini, Taunus, Catanai, Sicily, and other city-states. If Dionia rejects these city-states to join the alliance, what do you think they will do? Ocherdon was stunned. Before he could answer, Hinepolis interrupted. They will definitely suspect that Dionia still hates them for assisting Syracuse in invading Greece. They are worried that we will retaliate against them. Out of fear, they will likely unite with Syracuse again to defend against the possible threat. Yes, forming an alliance with a brand new Syracuse without Dionysius will be like pouring wine from a clay jar into an empty jar. The taste will remain the same, and Syracuse will still be the leader of the Greek city-states in Sicily. Is this what Carthage wishes to see? The Devers asked again. Ocherdon had to admit that this was very likely to happen. He stammered, You can tell these city-states that you have no intention of attacking them. You can also sign a friendship agreement with them. The Devers chuckled and leaned back in his chair. He said slowly, Lord Ocherdon, Has Carthage ever taken the initiative to sign a friendship agreement with the neighboring Phoenician city-states? Aukradin was stunned, but he immediately understood the Dever's intention. A lion would never care about the feelings of a cow or sheep. A big city-state had its own dignity. It was always the smaller city-states that took the initiative to please the bigger ones to ensure their safety. After defeating Syracuse, Dionia was already a powerful city-state. Of course, they would not do something so foolish as to lower their own status. Aukradin felt his face burning. The Devers continued, in addition, Syracuse's strength far exceeds the other city-states in Sicily, including the city-states that are affiliated with Carthage. No matter what kind of government Syracuse is, or who is in charge, as time goes by, it will naturally attract the surrounding city-states to its side. By then, the people of Syracuse will still be a threat to Greece and Carthage. Therefore, Catania, Leontini. These city-states have requested to form an alliance with Dionia. This will allow the central area of the east coast of Sicily closest to Greece to escape from Syracuse's sphere of influence. It will become the southern security barrier of Greece. If Syracuse wants to invade Greece, it must first conquer the area to the north of Syracuse. Then, the war will start there, and it will no longer cause damage to Greece. Therefore, we, Dionia, will agree to their request no matter what and form a solid alliance with them. Aukradin listened to the Dever's firm words and suddenly realized a problem. Does Dionia not intend to destroy Syracuse? Destroy Syracuse. As if he had heard a joke, the Devers said, "It's something that even Carthage can't do. How can the scarred Dionia do it? We're just doing what we can to ensure the safety of Greece and weaken the power of Syracuse." After listening to the Dever's reply, Aukradin was a little tempted, but also a little regretful. He was also a little uneasy about Dionia's insistence on accepting the Sicilian city-state. This was the first time in hundreds of years that a foreign power had set foot in Sicily. The invasion of Athens during the Peloponnesus War did not count. After all, it was too far away. But it was different for Greece, which was only separated by a strait of a few miles. Sir Aukradin, do you know what kind of geometry is the most stable? The Devers suddenly asked. Geometry, which was once developed to calculate the area of land, was highly respected by Greek scholars who liked to study natural science. Some Athens scholars once claimed that geometry was the foundation of all knowledge. What? Aukradin snapped out of his daze. He did not expect the Devers to ask such an irrelevant question. It's a triangle. The Devers went straight to the point. Why do Carthage and Syracuse keep fighting in Sicily? Because they are the only two powerful forces in Sicily. The Devers stretched out two fingers. As long as they come into contact with each other, a war will inevitably break out due to the conflict of interest. There is no room for negotiation. But if Dionia joins, the Devers raised another finger, forming a triangle. The three forces will restrain each other and reach a long-term peace. Because if one party wants to wage war against another, it will have to consider the third party's threat. Aukradin stared at his finger and hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's also possible that two forces will join forces to attack one." The Devers smiled. This war has turned Dionia and Syracuse into enemies. It's impossible for them to join forces to attack Carthage. Do you think that's right? Aukradin did not speak, but he was thinking. Syracuse burned Crotone, massacred Syracuse, and destroyed Dionia's territory. That's why the Greeks hate them. That's why Dionia sold the captured citizens of Syracuse to Carthage. If the people of Syracuse knew about this, they would never forgive Dionia. Will Carthage join forces with Syracuse to attack Dionia? Aukradin shook his head. The decades of war had caused the hatred between the two states to run too deep. Dionia wants to join forces with Carthage to destroy Syracuse, but it's impossible under the current circumstances. After a few decades, perhaps the two forces will join forces, but the distribution of benefits will not be equal. There will always be a third party who will find a loophole and break the alliance. Therefore, peace in Sicily can be guaranteed for a longer period of time. This guarantee is in line with the interests of Carthage. Am I right, Lord Aucredon? The Devers said gently. Aucredon felt that what the Devers said made sense. However, such an important matter was beyond the scope of his mission, so he remained silent. However, the Devers did not intend to let it go. Henny, go get the map. Hinepolis placed the map of Sicily on the wooden table. The Devers picked up a pen and said, I think the area west of Palermo's and Serenus is under Carthage's control. As he said this, he cut a large western corner of Sicily. He then said, the area south of Syracuse to the north of Camillina is under Syracuse's control. Chapter 572. Based on the map, Dionia's territory in Sicily was the smallest among the three forces. In fact, the Devers had played a trick. He did not include the entire Catania plain, and the eastern part of the plain was already under the control of Antipaterus. The other city-states, such as Agrigento, Gela, Tyndaris, are all neutral, serving as a buffer zone for Carthage, Syracuse, and Dionia, the Devers said seriously as he pointed at the icons on the map. Aucredon looked at the map carefully and suddenly asked, does Messina also belong to these neutral city-states? Although Messina's territory was not large, it was located in an important location, so it was considered a relatively important city-state in Sicily. Of course not. The Devers said without hesitation, the citizens of this new Messina are colonists from Locri and Medma. They are Dionysius's accomplices. In this war, they helped Syracuse to block the Strait of Messina and attacked the port of Lygum many times. Lygum suggested to Dionia that they should attack Messina to ensure their own safety. The Senate of Dionia has agreed to their request to send troops together. The Devers once again concealed the fact that Dionia and Lygum had decided to jointly govern Messina. Carthage was not a Greek city-state. Its two most important shipping routes did not pass through Messina, so it did not care too much about this. Aucredon looked at the map and thought about the Devers' suggestion. After a long time, he raised his head and said, Honorable King of Devers, the Senate of Carthage sent me here mainly to revise the treaty of friendship signed between Dionia and Carthage. At the same time, I also wanted to understand how Dionia's next step in the war against Syracuse would be carried out. I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. However, this is beyond my authority. I must bring your proposal back to the Senate and let them decide whether to accept it or not. Devers expressed his understanding, but at the same time, he said calmly, I hope Carthage's reply will be quick, because the people of Syracuse in West Ritter City will probably surrender after a few days. The Devers were confident in their words. The news of Dionysius's escape had been leaked, and the soldiers in the city were in a panic. Syracuse had no choice but to send someone out to negotiate for peace, and the Devers took the opportunity to tell the messenger about the latest battle situation in Sicily. Regardless of whether he believed it or not, there was bound to be a bigger storm in the city of Sirius. When Oakleton heard this, he was greatly shaken. He understood what the Devers were implying. The surrender of the Syracuse people in the city of Silatina meant that the war between the South and Italy was basically over. At that time, when Carthage negotiated with the Dionia that had recovered, the conditions would probably be different. After sending off the Carthage messenger who left in a hurry, Hinepolis hurriedly asked, Your Majesty, will the people of Carthage agree to your proposal? From the behavior of the messenger just now and the situation of Carthage that we have investigated during this period of time, the people of Carthage city are indeed weary of war. Even if the current situation in Sicily is very favorable to Carthage, I'm afraid many people in the Senate of Carthage will not agree to start a war. Devers recalled a lot of information about Carthage that he had read before and said, things that can be obtained through negotiation. The people of Carthage who value efficiency will not be stupid enough to use force to solve it. Moreover, Carthage should understand that occupying the whole of Sicily is not beneficial to it, but it will bring great harm to it. Why? Hinepolis asked curiously. You can understand the reason if you think about it. Is it because it will incur the wrath of the entire Greek world? That's right. If Carthage occupies the whole of Sicily, not only Greece, but also Greece will be directly threatened by a foreign race. How can we, the Greeks, accept such a situation? Carthage should be able to feel it during the war against Syracuse. Not only is it fighting against Syracuse, it's also fighting against the Greeks in Italy and the Greeks in Greece. Devers said meaningfully. Oh, of course a city like Carthage can't defeat the power of the entire Greece. No matter what, it will fail in the end. Henny, your teacher has been interested in Carthage recently. He has collected a lot of information about it. Have you read it? Devers changed the topic and asked. Your Majesty, it's not like you don't know that I've always been in Laos. How could I have the time to visit my teacher? Hinepolis felt a little sad when he mentioned Laos. I've read the information and discussed it with Ansitanos. I realized that the Phoenicians had quite a number of colonies in the western Mediterranean Sea, and they colonized much earlier than us. But why do we only know about Carthage? Yeah, why? Hinepolis asked curiously. Devers explained in detail, because the way the Phoenicians colonized was different from the Greeks. The Greeks colonized because they had too many people and could not support more people. In order to survive, they were forced to colonize in order to obtain new land and be able to survive. The Phoenicians colonized. No, it should not be called colonization but a kind of commercial activity. In order to obtain high profits, the Phoenicians ventured to the western Mediterranean Sea hundreds of years ago. As a result, they discovered the silver mines on the Iberian Peninsula and the precious metal mines in Sardinia. In order to collect these precious metals and transport them back to Phoenicia, they built many merchant inns on the coast of Africa and the west of Sicily. Please note that it's a merchant house, not a town. Most of the Phoenicians in the merchant houses were engaged in metal processing and transshipment. In order to satisfy their daily needs, they had to trade with the neighboring natives and the Greek city-state. Therefore, the Phoenicians were the race that could blend into the local environment the best in the western Mediterranean Sea. They lived in harmony with the other races around them. Even though there was a royal war in Phoenicia, which caused some members of the royal family of Tyre to flee to Carthage, which led to the rise of Carthage and replaced Tyre as the new trading center for the Phoenicians in the western Mediterranean Sea, the people of Carthage and the Greeks lived in harmony. Wait a minute, Your Majesty. The people of Carthage are full of malice towards the Greeks of Sicily. They have repeatedly taken the initiative to invade the territory of the Greeks, and they have even sacrificed children. Their behavior is ugly. Hinepolis interrupted the Devers's words and said angrily. The Devers did not seem to mind. He smiled gently and said, "It is their custom to sacrifice children in Carthage. I will not comment on it. However, according to the information that your teacher came up with, it was precisely because we, the Greeks, had taken the initiative to attack the allies of Carthage several times, which led to their counterattack. 100 years ago, the Prince of Sparta, Dorius, claimed that the land near Eryx in western Sicily used to be the resting place of his ancestor, Hercules. Therefore, he wanted to build a city there. Eryx was the religious center of the people of Carthage in Sicily. How could they allow the arrogant Sparta to build a city there? Therefore, Carthage started a war and drove away the Greek allied forces brought by Sparta. A few decades ago, the army led by the tyrant of Syracuse, Dillon, attacked Carthage's ally, Himera, and only then did they attract the reinforcements of Carthage. After Dillon defeated Carthage, he exaggerated the war into a great victory that was comparable to the victory of the Greek allied forces over the Persia. These years, I am afraid that the terrifying image of the people of Carthage was deliberately spread by the people of Syracuse to force the other cities of Sicily to unite around them. Your Majesty, are you saying that this is all a trick of the people of Syracuse? Hinepolis was shocked. The mother cities of the people of Carthage, Tyre and Sidon, are unable to provide new immigrants like the Greek. Perhaps the people of Carthage, who do not have a large population, are always on guard against the Greek immigrants from the eastern Mediterranean Sea who are coveting western Sicily. Therefore, they have to show their strength from time to deter the greed of these people. Devers finished with a straight face. Hinepolis burst out laughing. Your Majesty, you sound like you're not a Greek when you talk like this. Devers said with a straight face, only by standing in a neutral position can one understand the true feelings of the people of Carthage. I believe that at this time, Carthage will be happy to accept the friendship of a powerful neighbor from Greece. Although that was what Devers said, in his heart, Dionia could not afford to provoke the powerful Carthage at this time. Let's not wake it up. It's better to let it continue to do business, trade, and manage the farms in peace. Dionysius's ship made use of its familiarity with the east coast of Sicily to lead the Diolian clipper into the reef area, thus shaking off their pursuit. When they passed by Taunus, they avoided the blockade of the Dionysian fleet and finally arrived at Ortygia Island. Ortygia Island was surrounded by the sea on three sides. There were cliffs everywhere and there were also city walls built on top of them. The island's defense was quite tight. It also had its own small port, but without the permission of the people on the island, the ship could not dock nor enter the island. But for Dionysius, this was not a problem. As soon as Dionysius arrived on the island, Hipporinus, Callidemus, and the mercenary leader Megiochilus rushed to the island. Apollo bless you! Lord Dionysius, you're finally back. While you were away, Hierolis started a rebellion, he incited. After listening to Callidemus' long-winded narration, Dionysius's heart sank to the bottom. When he saw the Dionysian fleet near Taunus, he had a bad feeling. Now that his premonition had become reality, he did not expect the situation in Syracuse to be so bad. The Allied forces led by Macias were defeated by the Dionysian army, and almost all the city-states north of Syracuse rebelled and broke away from Syracuse's control. Apart from Ortygia Island, the entire city of Syracuse had become the domain of the rebels. The more he listened, the more annoyed he became. He could not help but yell, "So much nonsense! Stop it!" Callidemus immediately fell silent. Chapter 573. No one has seen him since the start of the rebellion. According to the analysis of my spies, he is probably imprisoned by Hierolis, Hipporinus said. Damned Hierolis! I should have beheaded him long ago and hung his body on the city wall as a warning to those with evil intentions. This time, I will kill his entire family and find the priests of the temple to curse his soul to sink in the river Styx forever. Dionysius cursed loudly to vent the anger and frustration in his heart. Without Philistos, it was like cutting off one of his arms, making many of his plans impossible to carry out. Because he had quietly returned to Syracuse, he did not plan to appear in public to avoid being blamed by the people. Many things could only be carried out by Philistos. Now that Philistos was not here, who could he rely on? Hierolis is just outside, and he controls tens of thousands of troops. Defeat him and kill him if you have the ability. What's the use of shouting here? Hipporinus said coldly. Among these people, he was the only one who dared to embarrass Dionysius. Philistos would sometimes criticize him, but never as harsh and unpleasant as Hipporinus. This was because he was not only Dionysius's father-in-law, but also Dionysius's staunch supporter. During Dionysius's most difficult time, it was he who used all his wealth to support Dionysius's election campaign and bribed a large number of citizens for him, allowing him to be elected as the general of the army in Syracuse, leading the citizens against Carthage's army, and embarking on the path of a dictator. Dionysius glared at Hipporinus, his chest rising and falling rapidly as if he would pour out his anger at any time. Callidemus was so frightened that he took a few steps back. But in the end, Dionysius held back. He snorted heavily, turned his eyes to Megicles, and asked in a low voice, "How is the defense of Ortygia?" "Sir, the rebels once attacked the walls of the isthmus, but suffered heavy casualties and failed to take the top of the wall. They did not attack here again, but instead built a new wall at the exit of the isthmus, hoping to block us out of the city. Have you tried to attack the isthmus with troops?" Megicles said nothing and turned to Hipporinus. "I was the one who told the Megicles mercenaries not to attack. The situation was very dangerous and chaotic. I had to ensure the safety of Ortygia Island first," Hipporinus said without hesitation. This time, Dionysius did not get angry. After a moment of silence, he said loudly, "Well, Lord Hipporinus, you did the right thing. Megicles, thank you and the mercenaries for your hard work in defending Ortygia Island so that we still have a place to live. My lord, guarding Ortygia Island is the duty of us mercenaries. Is Messias alive or dead?" Dionysius asked about the whereabouts of another capable assistant. According to the news from the spies, he led the defeated soldiers and fled to the villages built by the former mercenaries outside the city. But Herolus did not give him a chance to rest and immediately sent tens of thousands of troops to attack the former mercenaries and their families on that land. Messias was no match for them and led his men to retreat to the western mountains, Hipporinus said expressionlessly. "As long as he is not dead." Dionysius could not think about contacting Messias for the time being. His thoughts turned to another question. What about our fleet? The sailors at the port were involved in the rebellion. They imprisoned Polonices and took the warships for themselves. They even joined forces with the rebels in Herolus to defeat the 1,000 mercenaries guarding the city gate. They were also responsible for clearing out the mercenaries outside the city. But these sailors and the rebels in the city had some quarrels. What quarrels? Dionysius's heart skipped a beat. According to the reports from the spies, it was said that the sailors at the port wanted to obtain all the land of the former mercenaries and wanted more political rights. But they were opposed by Herolus. Dionysius noted this down and asked another question that concerned him the most. "Where is the Dionia army now?" "They went to Taunus and helped the rebels to take control of the city. I think they went north after that. Now that all the passages between Syracuse and the north have been sealed, there is no way to know the situation there in detail," Hipporinus said. The people of Dionia were quite cautious. Dionysius became anxious when he thought of this. After all, he had left tens of thousands of people from Syracuse in Syracuse to block the main forces of Dionia. If he could not recapture Syracuse before the people of Dionia solved the problem in Syracuse, he would be in danger once the main forces of Dionia crossed the sea. What about the cities on the south coast? Did you ask for help from them? Dionysius asked anxiously. This was the place where he was most likely to get reinforcements, and also where his hope lay. When the cities of Syracuse, Catanae, Leontini, and Taunus were in chaos, the cities on the south coast were also in turmoil. Master Calidmus risked his life to ask for help from Gela, Agrigento, but was rejected, Hipporinus said. "Master," these cities all said, "in order to help Master attack Greece, they have sent many soldiers. In order to repel the people of Dionia who landed in Sicily, they sent many young and strong citizens, but most of them have not returned. Now that the people in the cities are in turmoil and the political situation is unstable, it is impossible for them to send more reinforcements," Calidmus said helplessly. "Even Camalina refused to send troops?" Facing Dionysius's murderous gaze, Calidmus nodded shakily. "Why yes, damn it," Dionysius cursed. It was understandable if it was other cities, but the tyrant of Camalina was his brother, Leptin, whom he had personally supported. How could he turn a blind eye to the chaos in Syracuse? Did this idiot think that he would be fine after I fell? Dionysius was angry at his short-sightedness, but he felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. All of Syracuse had rebelled. He had lost many of the public militia and the support of the sailors. Even the allies ignored his demands. Could these 2,000 mercenaries recapture his former throne of power? Dionysius was at a loss. He felt like a big fish stranded on the beach. He had the strength but could not exert it, and was in danger of drying up and dying at any time. At this moment, Callidemus suddenly asked, "My lord, how is the army going on the expedition to Greece?" Dionysius widened his eyes and looked straight at him. Everyone around knew very well that Dionysius had become a deserter, so they did not mention it rationally. But Callidemus mentioned the most taboo thing for Dionysius. I mean, if the army in Greece can return, we can recapture. Under Dionysius's cold gaze, Callidemus's teeth were chattering. What you said makes sense. Dionysius was expressionless. His tone was calm. In that case, I will send you to Syracuse to negotiate with the new king of Dionia. I authorize you to agree to any request he makes. As long as you can bring the soldiers back safely as soon as possible, you'd better leave now. Ah, me? Now? Callidemus was so frightened that he could not speak properly. To evade the patrol of the rebel warships in Syracuse, break through the blockade of the Dionysian fleet, and reach Syracuse, this was a life-threatening task. But Dionysius did not allow him to say anything. He had Megicles and the guards carry him to Captain Lactanus. Although Dionysius did not think that the shrewd king of Dionia would make such a mistake, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. After all, there were thousands of elite mercenary soldiers in Syracuse. As long as they could return, he could easily recapture Syracuse. I've been on the ship for 2 days. I'm a little tired. I'm going to rest for a while. Regarding my return, make sure to keep it a secret. Dionysius covered his head with one hand and warned the people around him tiredly. Not only to keep it a secret from the rebels in the city, but also from Ortygia Island. The rebels have captured most of the officials in the city hall. Their families on the island are worried. Have a good rest. Tamaki and the kids need you to comfort them too. They've been scared out of their wits these past few days. Hipporinus sighed. Dionysius turned around and looked at Phoebidas, who had been silent. Come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Okay. Phoebidas answered straightforwardly. On the way to the palace, Dionysius said frankly, Now you know the situation in Syracuse, and even the whole of Sicily. To be honest, the situation this time is more dangerous than the last time. The rebels in the city are likely to be colluding with the people of Dionia. Otherwise, the entire east coast of Sicily would not be rioting on the same day, and it happened at the most critical moment. What do you think? Very likely. Phoebidas squeezed out a sentence with an indifferent expression. Note: Chapter 574. If that's the case, I'm already weak in Syracuse. It's very likely that I'll be ousted by the rebels led by Herolus. To me, this is a terrible thing. To Sparta, this is not good news either. Phoebidas, I need your help now. Dionysius had a rare look of begging on his face. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Phoebidas's emotionless face was devoid of emotion. Dionysius was already used to it. He sincerely begged, I hope that you can do what you did last time. Meet the leaders of the rebels, such as Herolus, and persuade them not to fight with me when Syracuse is in danger. This will only allow Dionia to take advantage of the situation and threaten the survival of the people of Syracuse. We should unite and overcome this crisis together. As long as they can accept me as their general, I'm willing to share my power with them and satisfy their demands. All right, I'll try. Phoebidas agreed without hesitation. Do I need to tell them that you're back? No. I'll appear at the right time. Dionysius immediately refused. Seeing Phoebidas leave, Dionysius had a few doubts in his heart. Why did Phoebidas agree so quickly this time? In the city hall of Syracuse, Herolus, who was elected as the temporary chief general, and a few other generals who were elected by the people during the rebellion, formed a war general executive committee. As a poet, Pharisanus was already famous among the people. Because he had repeatedly contradicted Dionysius, he was even locked up in the stone prison. Therefore, the people trusted him and elected him as the general. At this moment, he unceremoniously questioned the representative of the port's sailors and the poor, Tethys. Tethys, why haven't I seen you using your warships to blockade Ortygia Island? We discussed this yesterday. Yesterday we were still tasked with cleaning up Macias' defeated soldiers. Now there are still thousands of sailors searching for traces of them in the mountains. How can we spare any manpower to seal off Ortygia Island? Tethystus complained bitterly. Tethys, don't quibble. You have enough manpower at the port. You can eliminate those mercenaries while sealing off Ortygia Island. This is an order issued by the committee after a discussion, and you have accepted it, but you still refuse to carry it out. Do you think the people elected you as a general just to let you have fun here? Another noble from the city, a good friend of Herolus and the newly elected General Cuzias, loudly criticized. Although Tethys was a newbie in the political arena, he had been on the sea for decades and had a rich life experience. He was not annoyed by the reprimand. Instead, he spread out his hands and said helplessly, "There are not many people in the city, so you can't work together. You can't even gather enough people to build a city wall in a few days. You still need us to provide manpower. Moreover, the port area has a large population with complicated sources. How can you listen to me completely? If you have a problem with me, you can take my position away. In order to be a general, I have to talk until my mouth is broken every day, and I have to be misunderstood by the people at the port. It is not as comfortable as when I was a sailor. I have long wanted to quit." Tethys threatened to resign, and the generals immediately stopped criticizing him. They knew that Tethys was already the most amiable of the poor people at the port. If it were someone else, they would not be so easily cooperative. Now that the great Hellenic War had taken away a large number of citizens from the city, they urgently needed the strength of the poor people in the port area. "Lord Tethys," Herolus broke the silence in the room. At this time, he was much more haggard than before the riot. His voice had become hoarse, but his eyes were sharper. "What difficulties do you have now? Let's discuss and solve them together." Tethys was still respectful to Herolus and did not beat around the bush. He said directly, "The people of the port hope to participate in the General Assembly to discuss the various proposals decided by the Council. Also, the land that you promised to distribute to the people of the port has not been moved. They suspect that the executive committee of the General is deceiving them. In addition, they have taken on many tasks before, and they feel that it is unfair compared to the people in the city. So now, they are not willing to listen to my orders. How is it unfair? The poor people of the port have always been." Another general, Stesicos, heard this and could not help but want to argue. Herolus interrupted him, thought for a moment, and said seriously, "Lord Tethys, we have overthrown the tyrannical rule of Dionysius and will implement a democratic system. But Syracuse is not Athens. Not all citizens can participate in the General Assembly, but, to put it simply, only citizens who can afford a set of heavy infantry equipment and can serve in the military at any time are qualified to participate in the General Assembly. This has always been the political tradition of Syracuse, and we will not change it easily. Not only the poor people of the port area but also in the city area. Many citizens cannot participate in the General Assembly." But the last time, Tethys still wanted to argue. Herolus waved his hand to stop him and said seriously, "Listen to me first. We promised you that we would distribute the land. Why didn't we carry it out immediately? Because we do not know how many Syracuse people who fought in Greece can return alive, so we are not sure how much land we can free up. We also need people to survey the land again before we can distribute the land to the landless citizens of the port and the city in a fair and just manner. But since land has become the most important issue for the people of the port, and it has affected our unity, we have not occupied Ortygia Island. You must know that we did not occupy Ortygia Island. Dionysius and his mercenaries could come back at any time and shackle the freedom that we bought with our blood. At the end of his speech, Herolus' voice became sharp. He was reminding Tethys and the other generals. Therefore, I suggest that the land owned by the 5,000 mercenaries led by Messias and the 1,000 mercenaries in the city should be distributed to the people of the port. These mercenaries are actually citizens of Syracuse, but Herolus thought that they were loyal dogs of Dionysius and refused to recognize their citizenship in Syracuse. The land that the mercenaries occupy is huge, Pharisanus reminded loudly. I think this suggestion of Herolus is acceptable. Tethys expressed his agreement. Unlike Pharisanus, who was straightforward but did not understand politics, when Herolus made the suggestion, Tethys immediately understood the intention of the chief general. The village built by the 6,000 mercenaries was not within the traditional territory of Syracuse. It was a territory that Dionysius had expanded after conquering southeast Sicily. Of course, this included the land of the neighboring city-states that he had forcibly occupied. The village of the 6,000 mercenaries was southwest of Syracuse, adjacent to Achle, a small city-state that belonged to Syracuse. It was a place that the armies of the south coast had to pass through to reach Syracuse. Herolus arranged for the poor people of the port to live there. Not only could he let these greedy and fearful people continue to fight the mercenaries who had escaped into the mountains for land, but he could also guard against the possible hostility of the South Coast city-states towards the new Syracuse regime. Moreover, the land was further away from Syracuse. Allocating it would not cause the people in the city to protest against the injustice. It could also appease the dissatisfaction of the people of the port and let them feel the sincerity of the executive committee. Therefore, not only did Tethys realize the benefits of Herolus's suggestion, the other generals also expressed their agreement. Herolus continued calmly, but in order to win over the mercenaries, Dionysius had given them 2 generous terms. Every mercenary would be given 10 acres of land. This is a little too much. I hope to temporarily allocate 5 acres of land to the people of the port, and only the poor who have actively participated in the rebellion against the tyranny are eligible. Lord Tethys, you will provide the list of names. Once it has been verified by the people of the city hall, we will immediately start allocating the land. What do you think? Tethys did not think too much. The committee had agreed to immediately allocate the land, so that he would not have to face the questioning and criticism of the people every time he returned to the port. He was already overjoyed. Thus, he said in relief, I agree. Herolus took the opportunity to say, with land, the people of the port will be able to accumulate wealth, buy weapons and equipment, and become heavy infantry. It is only a matter of time before they participate in the citizens' meeting. So, Lord Tethys, you mentioned that the people of the port are requesting to participate in the citizens' meeting. As long as the land is allocated, it will not be a problem. Am I right? Yes, you're right. Tethys quickly agreed. Since the problem has been solved, Herolus's expression became serious. I hope that you will immediately allow the warships that are about to rot to sail out of the port. Seal off the entire Ortygia Island. Do not allow any ships to enter or leave the island. Although we are temporarily unable to attack Ortygia Island, according to what I know, the grain stored on the island can at most feed the 2,000 mercenaries and the people for 3 to 4 months. By then, they will have no choice but to open the city and surrender. Chapter 575. Herolus, the Dionysius said that they will stop Dionysius's army from returning to Sicily. They're not lying, are they? Pharisanus asked worriedly. Dionysius has lost his fleet. He can't bring his army back to Sicily. Instead of worrying about him, why don't you worry about the army that will be captured? There are not only mercenaries, there are also tens of thousands of our citizens and sailors. Will Dionia be able to return them to Syracuse smoothly? Stathakos raised a question that everyone was concerned about, but did not dare to face. Herolus felt the same way. Even though they relied on the Dionia's help to rebel, as the master of Syracuse, they instinctively raised their guard against Dionia. After all, Syracuse and Dionia had a natural conflict of interest. Even though Herolus and the others rebelled because of Dionysius's dictatorship, they also hoped that Syracuse could continue to enjoy its former glory. Herolus cautiously advised, "We can discuss these issues later. After all, Dionysius has not been eliminated yet, we cannot let our guard down. Furthermore, the Dionia army has indeed shown goodwill. They have distanced themselves from Taunes, and they have fulfilled their promise. Not a single Dionia soldier has set foot on Syracuse's soil. Of course, we cannot let our guard down. Stathakos, you have to supervise the soldiers on the northern wall to increase their patrols." Lord Tethys, Herolus looked at the old sailor. The other generals were his like-minded friends, but only this general who came from the port and was born in poverty. Herolus had to remind him again, "I heard that there are some Dionia in the port area. They are spreading rumors, causing the people to feel uneasy, and destroying the security and stability of Syracuse. I hope that you can ferret out these Dionia spies and expel them from Syracuse." "Yes, that's what we should do. Syracuse's problems should be solved by us, the people of Syracuse. We don't need our enemies to interfere, because they all have ulterior motives. They want to harm Syracuse." Pharisanus immediately expressed his agreement. Based on what he knew, the people of Dionia had close ties with Herolus, and they got along well with the poor people of the port. Not only did they organize themselves to fight against Dionysius's rule, but they also taught them how to fight for their own interests. The success of the land distribution this time was also due to their guidance. But now, the generals who had benefited from it were going to turn their backs on them. Herolus saw that he was in a daze, and reminded him loudly, "Now that Dionysius's rule has been overthrown, we are generals officially elected by the citizens of Syracuse. We represent the will of the people, and our dealings with the people of Dionia should be done through formal diplomatic channels, and not in private like before. This will not only confuse the people, but it will also harm the interests of Syracuse." Herolus' words were spoken openly, and Tethys could not refute it, so he could only agree. "Pharisanus, are you willing to make a trip to Dionia, and discuss with the Diolian Senate on how to end this war, and at the same time, return the citizens of Syracuse who have been captured by Dionia?" Herolus asked. "I'm very willing." Pharisanus agreed. "What if the people of Dionia come up with a lot of harsh demands?" Phaucus, another general of Syracuse, expressed his concern. "I think the people of Dionia will most likely ask for compensation for the war, and protection of their rights in the northern part of Syracuse, Catanae, Leontini, and other city-state." Over the past few days, Herolus had not only led the people to purge the remaining forces of Dionysius inside and outside the city, but also to stabilize the order of Syracuse. At the same time, he was also thinking about how the new regime of Syracuse could obtain security and development in the upcoming situation. Dionia was a huge rock in front of Syracuse, and there was no way to go around it. Herolus had naturally thought about this a lot. Dionia might even ask us to disband the Sicilian alliance, and return the land of the other city-states that we have occupied in the past. Tethys reminded loudly. Everyone's expression changed, especially Tethys, because the piece of land promised by the council was seized by Syracuse from several affiliated city-states in the south. Herolus was still calm. "It's a negotiation, of course. The other party will make a lot of unreasonable demands, but, Pharisanus, you have to remember, without the cooperation of Syracuse, Dionia will not have it easy. For example, we can go to the Silent Lands and persuade the tens of thousands of soldiers to surrender, and help Dionia end the war in Greece as soon as possible. Also, if we, Syracuse, do not recognize Cadenai, Leontini, and other Sicilian city-states supported by Dionia, they will not be able to gain a foothold on the east coast of Sicily. The more Herolas spoke, the more confident he became. After all these years, he had a deep understanding of Dionia, especially the Devers. He believed that the young and wise new king of Dionia would not be blinded by hatred and make too many unreasonable demands. After hearing this, Pharisanus was assured. He promised, "Don't worry, I will not let Syracuse's interests be harmed. When it's time to give in, we should give in appropriately. After all, we are the party that needs Dionia's help." Herolas was afraid that Pharisanus would be too straightforward and offend the Devers. "I understand. I'm going to negotiate, not to recite poems." After Pharisanus finished speaking, everyone except Tethys laughed. In the past, when Dionysius hosted poetry banquets, Pharisanus would always make things difficult for Dionysius, thus incurring the hatred of the tyrant. "Phalcus, how much money do we have left in the treasury?" Herolas asked. Phalcus was about to answer when a guard ran in. "Dear generals, a Sparta has come to Ortygia. He says he is a messenger of Sparta, and he wants to meet with you." A messenger of Sparta? Everyone was shocked. It was finally here. Herolas clenched his fist. Phoebidas walked into the city hall. He did not recognize any of the 10 people in the room. In fact, every time he came to Syracuse, it was Dionysius who hosted him in the palace on Ortygia Island. He was always accompanied by officials and servants, so he could enjoy the treatment of a noble of the East. He had almost never entered Syracuse alone to experience life, except for the time when Carthage's army attacked the city. But just because he did not know anyone else, it did not mean that others did not know him. Scarlet cloak, long hair, thick beard, hooked nose, cunning and sharp eyes, and a face that was always cold and arrogant. Herolas was too familiar with this Sparta man. He subconsciously shouted, "Dionysius is back?" As soon as this was said, not only Phoebidas, but everyone else was shocked. Although Phoebidas was a little surprised, he did not show it on his face. He looked at the man standing in the middle of the crowd and asked, "You are?" "Herolas, the chief general of Syracuse elected by the citizens' assembly," Herolas said loudly and solemnly. "Respected messenger of Sparta Phoebidas, did Dionysius send you here?" "This is Herolas." Phoebidas suppressed the curiosity in his heart and did not look at him carefully. Instead, he snorted coldly. "What right does Dionysius have to order the people of Sparta? I just want to return to Sparta to report to the Elder Council about the war in Greece, and help him come here to ask for reinforcements. I did not expect to see a group of thugs making a mess of Syracuse. We are not thugs, Dionysius is. We are just taking back the rights and freedom that should belong to the people of Syracuse." Pharisanus retorted loudly. "Oh, freedom!" Phoebidas snorted again in disdain. Just when Dionysius led his army to turn the tide of the war and only needed 10 to 20,000 reinforcements to turn the tide of the war, the rebellion you started caused tens of thousands of people of Syracuse to lose their support and eventually die in Greece. Some of the generals were slightly ashamed, while others retorted loudly. Dionysius started this war with the lives of the people of Syracuse. If this continues, all the people of Sicily will be buried together with Dionysius's ambition. Apollo bless us, we have stopped the people of Syracuse from making unnecessary sacrifices for a war that does not belong to us. We will also negotiate with Dionia to rescue the people trapped in Greece." Stesicos said loudly. "A war that does not belong to you." Phoebidas sneered. "Dionia's army has already taken over Taunus, which is the closest city to Syracuse. Syracuse is already under the threat of Dionia's spears and shields, and you still say this has nothing to do with you. This is the consequence of Dionysius's constant invasions, Pharisanus said angrily as he waved his right hand. Herolus interrupted his friend. Messenger Phoebidas, these are the internal affairs of Syracuse. We will take care of it eventually. Just tell us why you are here. Chapter 576. Phoebidas's threatening words immediately made everyone nervous. Stathykos asked cautiously, "What is your suggestion?" "Give up the confrontation with Dionysius, and both sides sit together and negotiate. Of course, Dionysius has been too dictatorial these years, which has dissatisfied the people of Syracuse. So I suggest that Dionysius be removed from the position of full general and re-implement the 20 generals system. Because there are many people in Syracuse, more generals are needed to manage the affairs of the city, and during the period of democracy, they implemented this system half the time. During the current period of war, let him temporarily be the chief general, to avoid greater war losses due to the change of generals midway." Phoebidas's suggestion made the generals fall silent. Herolos asked loudly, "Is this your suggestion or Dionysius's?" "It is the result of my discussion with him." Phoebidas lied without blinking. Herolos warned the others loudly, "As a friend of more than 10 years, with my understanding of him, even if he is forced by the current situation to agree to these suggestions made by the Sparta emissary, who knows if he will wait for the crisis to pass in the future to resume his tyrannical rule, and kill us who resist him today. We must not forget the painful lesson of 5 years ago." Herolos's words reminded everyone, and everyone's expression changed. 4 years ago, after Dionysius defeated Carthage's army, he immediately arrested all the leaders of the riots on the charge of traitors, and executed them without trial. Their property was confiscated, and their families were reduced to slaves. This atrocity frightened the people of Syracuse, and no one dared to object to Dionysius's actions. In the next few years, everyone obediently became obedient people. If not for Dionysius's army suffering a crushing defeat outside, the defenses within the city, and the leadership of Herolos and the others, how would the people dare to resist Dionysius again? Herolos's words once again uncovered this painful memory, causing fear and anger to appear on the faces of the generals. Phoebidas, however, did not know this. He pretended to be solemn and said, "I can make a vow in the name of Hercules to assure you, damn you, Hercules! Screw your promise." Someone cursed angrily, and then rushed in front of Phoebidas, pointing at him and gritting his teeth, roared, "So it's you! It's you! If it weren't for your promise, my brother and the others wouldn't have chosen to let Dionysius go. As a result, my brother was beheaded, my sister-in-law became a slave, and no one knows where she was sent. His 2 children were stabbed to death by evil mercenaries, and my parents—" The more Chouzias spoke, the angrier he became. He stretched out his hands, wanting to grab Phoebidas's clothes, but Phoebidas took the opportunity to push him away, and Chouzias fell to the ground. He wanted to rush over again, but was stopped by Stathykos, Thetis, and the others. He could only curse angrily, "Damn Sparta! You killed my family, and by the goddess of vengeance, one day, she will bestow her punishment on Sparta. I hope I live to see the day when Sparta is destroyed and all Sparta people become slaves." Originally, Phoebidas did not care about Chouzias's screams. He had killed too many people in his life, and if he cared about such things, he would have had a mental breakdown. But Chouzias's last curse was too vicious, and it made him angry. "This is your attitude towards Sparta? Emissary Phoebidas," Herolus advised with a gentle expression. Chouzias's family was one of the first immigrants to Syracuse, and they enjoyed a high reputation among the people. However, Dionysius killed his entire family and imprisoned him in the stone prison. If not for this successful resistance, he would have died silently in the stone prison. So, I hope you can understand his anger. And you have also seen the oath Dionysius made in front of everyone 4 years ago, and how easily he broke his promise in the end, harming the people of the city. Today, no matter how sweet his words are, the eyes of the people of Syracuse have been polished by the blood of their dead relatives, and they will not believe any of his promises. Dionysius will either be imprisoned by us and put on trial, or he will escape from Syracuse and never return. Other than that, he has no other choice. As long as we catch him, we will put him on trial for treason, including his family, just like what he did to us. Chrysias said through gritted teeth. That's right, we will not accept peace. Dionysius and his men must be punished. Pharisanius also voiced his opinion loudly, and the other generals also expressed their agreement. Phoebidas's face was gloomy as he looked at the agitated generals in front of him and said coldly, "If that's the case, you and Sparta will, emissary Phoebidas." Herolus interrupted the threatening words he was about to say in time. "You have been fighting with Dionysius in Greece, so you do not know the recent situation of Sparta on the Peloponnesus Peninsula. The people of Athens and Corinth fought together, causing your Sparta allies to suffer heavy losses. The people of Athens even broke into Arcadia, and it is said that your king Agesilaus has just returned to Sparta and is preparing to gather a new army to defend against the attack of the anti-Sparta alliance. Not only did Sparta and Syracuse have close military ties, they also relied on Syracuse for trade, such as food. Also, Sparta often relied on Syracuse's merchant ships throughout the Mediterranean Sea to collect information for them. For example, the news of the Persia's fleet being led by the general of Athens, Chelon, and the attack on Sparta's fleet was told to Sparta by the merchants of Syracuse, who were doing business in Asia Minor. Similarly, things that happened in Sparta's territory were often reported back to Syracuse by these merchants, which was why Herolus had a better understanding of the war on Peloponnesus. Phoebidas was shocked, and he could no longer maintain the cold arrogance on his face. "I hope what you said is true? Syracuse is not far from Sparta, it can be reached in 2 days by boat. You will know if it's true or not when you go back. We can provide you with a boat," Pharisanius said with a hint of schadenfreude. Herolus hurriedly said, "Envoy Phoebidas, Syracuse and Sparta have always been allies, and we should help each other. However, ever since Dionysius became the Overlord, because of his selfish desires, Sparta has often provided more help than Syracuse. Now we have the upper hand and Dionysius is at a disadvantage. If Sparta continues to support Dionysius, the situation in Syracuse will take a long time to stabilize. But if you support us, Syracuse will soon return to stability and prosperity, and we will continue to maintain our alliance with Sparta and provide aid to Sparta at any time." Herolus' last few words were spoken with sincerity, and it moved Phoebidas. He stared at Herolus for a long time and asked hesitantly, "What you said, is it true?" Herolus and the other generals around him looked at each other, and then turned to face him. He said solemnly, "This is the decision we have made after our discussion. We can renew our alliance with Sparta." Phoebidas looked around, and the coldness in his eyes quickly disappeared. Dionysius had finally waited for Phoebidas's return on Ortygia Island, but what he got was the terrible news that the rebels refused to negotiate and insisted on expelling him from Syracuse. Although this was one of the worst-case scenarios that Dionysius had imagined, he could not help but lose his temper. Then, he wanted to continue to understand the situation in Syracuse and the leader of the rebels from Phoebidas, but Phoebidas was obviously not in the mood. He directly asked Dionysius to immediately send him back to Sparta. Of course, Dionysius, who now relied more on Sparta as an ally, could not refuse, but he felt a sense of crisis from Phoebidas's sudden change in attitude. As someone who was good at manipulating power, of course, he knew that the situation in Syracuse was very unfavorable to his side, so he could not help but wonder, would the snobbish Sparta abandon him and choose the rebels? Thinking of this, he could not sit still. The people of Sparta were deep in the war, and they might not be able to send troops to support him, but the prestige of Sparta could help him to intimidate and stabilize the situation in the city, as well as dispel the other city-states' worries. If Sparta abandoned him, it would push him, who was already isolated and helpless, into the abyss. Therefore, the cornered Dionysius did not talk to his 2 wives and children in detail about his departure. Instead, he locked himself in the palace alone, thinking hard about how to get out of this predicament. Soon, he called the mercenary leader, Megicles, and the chief of intelligence, Hipporinus, for a secret meeting. Late at night, the people in the main city of Syracuse had fallen asleep. The sentries on the newly built walls of the isthmus had also relaxed their vigilance due to the peaceful days on Ortygia Island. Most of the sentries could not resist the drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. Dionysius personally led all the mercenaries out of Ortygia Island. Chapter 577. When Dionysius saw the black-armored enemies charging towards him, his heart sank. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately blew the horn to retreat. Antonios considered that the soldiers had not recovered from the long march, so he did not give the order to pursue. Instead, he ordered the troops to rest. Hercules, who had escaped, saw the Dionia soldiers taking off their armor and eating their rations as they rested on the ground in Syracuse. Hercules had mixed feelings, but no matter what he thought, he had a smile on his face as he gratefully said to Antonios, "Apollo has blessed us. Thank you, Dionia, for your timely aid. If not for you, sacrificing our lives is a small matter, but Syracuse would be reoccupied by the evil Dionysius. This would be a disaster for the people of Syracuse and Dionia who are fighting against Dionysius. Dionysius is the cause of war. The people of Dionysia and Syracuse, who yearn for peace, do not want him to wield power and start a war. I brought my troops here for only one purpose, to expel him from Syracuse. As for what to do next, we will listen to your opinion." Antonios pointed out the hidden meaning behind Herolus's word. Not only did he not care, but he also answered seriously, "Dionysius is the cause of war. The people of Dionysia and Syracuse who yearn for peace do not want him to wield power and start a war." Antonio's low profile allowed Hercules and the rest to heave a sigh of relief, so Hercules' response was much more straightforward. "General, I hope that you can lead your troops and help us recapture the main city that Dionysius has occupied." Antonios immediately agreed to Hercules' request. After letting the soldiers rest for a while, he immediately set off towards the southeast of the city. In fact, Dionysius had already led the mercenaries to retreat towards Ortygia Island. When he saw the Syracuse soldiers appear, he knew that his troops would not be able to resist them in a short period of time. He did not expect Dionia's reinforcements to arrive so quickly, and he had been regretting it. Last night, when he learned that Rholes and the others had defeated his pursuers at the Epole Highlands, he should not have been busy organizing the slave soldiers and dividing Rholes's troops for the sake of safety. This had wasted a lot of his precious time. Instead, he should have immediately led all the mercenaries to Epole, annihilated Hercules and his men, occupied the north wall of Syracuse, and blocked the way for Dionia to move south. It was too late for regrets now. Dionysius' cautious character had led to his ultimate failure. Seeing that he was about to win, he was regretful to the extreme. Antonios led his troops forward quickly, and he quickly experienced the vastness of Syracuse. Of course, there were few people. Of course, this had something to do with the fact that Dionysius had transferred a large number of citizens, sailors, and support personnel to Greece. Expedition. It took nearly an hour for the Dionia coalition army to reach the main city. The mercenaries who were driving and pillaging the people saw their arrival and hurriedly fled to Ortygia Island. Hercules and the others who rushed over were crying because the entire square was covered with corpses and injured people. Most of them were the families of the rebel soldiers and the people who had supported them the most. Antonios led his troops to the isthmus of Ortygia Island. seeing the towering fortress and the tall, sturdy wall behind it, to prevent too many casualties, he gave up the attack and retreated behind the newly built wall. The situation in Sparta was just as bleak. Sparta had been fighting on two sides. Achilles led the allied forces and mercenaries to continue fighting the Persia in Asia Minor. The war in the Isthmus of Corinth on the Peloponnesus Peninsula lasted for a long time. Although the main force of the war was either the allied forces or mercenaries, Sparta's own citizens suffered many casualties. The Council of Elders had no choice but to order citizens over the age of 50 to put on armor, take up shields and spears, and serve as patrols in Sparta to prevent the black rogues from moving. They even decided to carry out the hunt in advance, that is, to kill the black rogues in a planned way to reduce their population and ensure the safety of Sparta. The dark clouds of war shrouded Sparta, and the people were in a state of high tension. At this moment, Phoebidas, who had returned to Sparta, met Agesilaus in the king's residence. The Sparta king, who had made a huge name for himself in Asia Minor, central Greece, and the Isthmus of Corinth, had long won the respect of Sparta's citizens. Some even called him the hero of Sparta after Lysander. At this moment, he looked a little tired. He leaned against the wooden chair, straightened his right leg, and bent his lame left leg. This was his habit, so no one could see the problem with his left leg. He leaned forward and listened attentively to Phoebidas's experience in the western Mediterranean with Dionysius. The wooden chairs the two sat on were next to each other, which showed how much he valued Phoebidas. Although there was no feast of fruits and wine, Phoebidas often enjoyed such treatment in Syracuse. This simple environment made Phoebidas feel more at ease. Phoebidas tried to narrate the entire process of the Great Hellenic War from a neutral point of view. He then picked up the crude clay pot beside him. The pot was filled with cool river water. He took a big gulp and immediately felt his parched throat moisturized. Agesilaus recalled Phoebidas's narration and imagined thousands of soldiers from both sides fighting one war after another on the land of Great Hellenic War. He could not help but let out a long sigh. I didn't expect the huge Great Hellenic War to end in less than half a year, and the result was completely beyond our expectations. That's right. Who would have thought that the puny Dionia would emerge as the final victor? Phoebidas was also emotional. After all, when Syracuse's army landed in Great Hellenic War, they were unstoppable. At that time, the elders of Sparta were probably worried that Syracuse would win too easily, including Phoebidas himself. Who knew that the result would be the opposite? Many Sparta people's jaws probably dropped. According to your judgment, can Syracuse still turn the tables? Agesilaus asked with a hint of hope. After all, Syracuse was Sparta's ally for many years. Its defeat would mean the collapse of Sparta's original strategy in the western Mediterranean Sea. It might lead to a complete change in Sparta's foreign strategy. Agesilaus had to be careful. It's basically impossible. Phoebidas answered directly. Then, he hesitated for a moment and said, unless the gods bless us and let the Dionysian army spread the plague, in the eyes of outsiders, during the years when Dionysius was the overlord, Carthage's army had besieged Syracuse twice. The first time was not long after Dionysius became the general, around 406 BC. In the end, the Carthage's army was infected with the plague, and they were defeated in the end. This gave outsiders the impression that Dionysius was also blessed by the god. However, in reality, there was a large swamp area south of Syracuse's port area near the Anapus River. Every time Carthage's army set up camp in this area, a large number of mosquitoes would find many hosts for the bacteria to spread. For the Dionysian army, the possibility of a plague was extremely low. This was because the military law of Dionia required that the army was not allowed to set up camp near the mosquito breeding grounds. After a battle, the corpses of both sides had to be cremated and buried in time. The soldiers had to drink the water after it was boiled. Moreover, the supply camp carried lime, produced from the Turii stone mine. After the camp was set up, the dirty places in and around the camp had to be disinfected. The Devers from his previous life, of course, knew the cause of the plague. After taking so many measures, they basically reduced the possibility of the plague to the lowest. Agesilaus, of course, did not know this, but a mature commander would never place his hopes on an unpredictable god. Phoebidas's words had actually sealed the end of the war in Greece. Agesilaus punched his left leg with a solemn expression and asked, "Do you think Dionysius can defeat the rebels and regain control of Syracuse? It'll be very difficult." Even though Phoebidas had been with Dionysius for a few months, he had only met the rebels once. He still spoke in a matter-of-fact manner. Dionysius has lost his powerful, loyal mercenaries and his enormous navy. He has also abandoned the army and become a deserter. Not only has the people of Syracuse abandoned him, but most of his allies in Syracuse have also abandoned him. Moreover, there are still Dionysius' troops stationed in the cities near Syracuse. Dionysius is surrounded by enemies and has no reinforcements unless we, Sparta, send reinforcements to support him. Sparta has no reinforcements to send, Agesilaus said straightforwardly. This was within Phoebidas's expectations. It's a pity. We've supported Dionysius for so many years, but in the end, Agesilaus let out a long sigh and showed a regretful expression. We can support the rebels in Syracuse instead. Their leader promised me that they are willing to let Syracuse ally with us, Sparta, and send reinforcements to us after the war in Greece to help us defeat the allies who rebelled against Sparta. Phoebidas's words did not make Agesilaus happy. He muttered, "For us, this is a choice that we have no other choice. But this new regime in Syracuse is probably a democracy." Phoebidas recalled the 10 generals he saw in Syracuse's city hall and nodded. Should be. Chapter 578. Why don't we support another? Phoebidas suggested. Agesilaus' eyes lit up, but then he thought of something and looked up at Phoebidas with a self-deprecating smile. Supporting Dionysius or Syracuse right now is no longer up to Sparta to decide. Phoebidas was stunned and subconsciously asked, "Then who's going to decide?" He immediately understood. Agesilaus looked at him and said with a serious expression, "Dionia defeated Syracuse and made Syracuse suffer such heavy losses. Dionia has already become the dominant force in Greece and eastern Sicily. Moreover, according to what you just said, Dionia now has a huge army of at least 50,000 soldiers, and the military organization that makes up this army, which they call the Legion, is very powerful. They also have a huge fleet that can defeat the Syracuse navy. How can I not worry about the rise of such a powerful force behind Sparta? Moreover, Chrysippus has visited Turkestan before, and the new king of Dionia is very dissatisfied with Sparta assisting Syracuse's invasion of Greece. If Dionia, who is hostile to Sparta after the war with Syracuse ends, if they join the war with Corinth, Sparta. Even though Agesilaus didn't finish his sentence, Phoebidas could sense the hidden fear the Sparta king had towards Dionia from his eyes. Right now, Sparta was tied down by the war in Asia Minor and the war with Corinth. It didn't have the ability to stop an army of tens of thousands under the leadership of a powerful fleet from landing on Sparta's coast. However, Phoebidas's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly said, "When Dionia besieged Syracuse's army in Xylite, I went to see King Devers of Dionia. He vaguely said that, as long as Sparta doesn't make an enemy out of Dionia, Dionia has no intention of making an enemy out of Sparta." "Really? Tell me in detail what happened when you met." Agesilaus' interest was piqued. After listening to Phoebidas's narration, Agesilaus pondered for a long time and sighed. "I'm afraid Dionia wants to become a second Syracuse, but there is indeed a Syracuse that isn't bound by Sparta. This makes things difficult for us. Phoebidas, did you know that yesterday Taranthum sent a messenger to Sparta, hoping for our help because Dionia wants to incorporate Taranthum into its alliance? What? Dionia wants to annex Taranthum? This is unacceptable. Taranthum is one of our states. Phoebidas was shocked and objected without thinking. The young new king of Dionia is very ambitious, but there isn't a single Greek state that can stop him. Agesilaus seemed a little helpless, and he once again fell into deep thought. Finally, Agesilaus made up his mind. He pressed one hand on his left leg and the other on the wooden table, and said to Phoebidas with a serious expression, "Now we must first stop Dionia from further suppressing Syracuse and its allies and even occupying them. Tomorrow I will propose to the Elder Council, since Dionysius has lost control of Syracuse, then we can only temporarily support the rebels and quickly restore Syracuse's strength to resist Dionia's power in the western Mediterranean. When the time comes, you will go to Syracuse as Sparta's messenger and solve its internal strife as soon as possible." "I understand." Phoebidas nodded immediately. "Also, since the new king of Dionia has shown no hostility towards us, then we will send Chrysippus to Greece and have a good talk with him. Hopefully we can come up with some kind of agreement that can restrain Dionia and make us feel at ease." Phoebidas heard Agesilaus' words and felt a little uneasy. He wanted to remind him, but he didn't know where to start. Agesilaus did not notice Phoebidas's expression. He was still immersed in his thoughts. Our war with Persia and with Corinth, Thebes, Athens, and Argos has been going on for too long. In the long run, it will only weaken Sparta's strength and our prestige in the Greek world. Instead, it will only benefit Dionia. We have to think of a way to end this meaningless war. After the failure of the siege, Helos summed up his experience and rebuilt the siege weapons and formulated a siege plan. 2 days later, Helos launched another attack on Medema. The fierce battle lasted until the afternoon, and Dionia and Lygum took over Medema. According to the Devers' orders, Helos did not show mercy this time. He captured the people of Medema, reduced them to slaves, and sent troops to escort them back to Tyria. This act of killing the chickens to scare the monkeys shocked Locke and Tarentum, especially Locke. The fall of Medema meant that the Dionysian army in the west would no longer be obstructed and could enter Locke's territory through the mountain path. Locke would also have to face a pincer attack from Dionia and Corinthia. What worried Locke even more was that after understanding the situation in the north, they sadly found out that the Syracuse expeditionary force could not even protect themselves. They could not give Locke any hope. Under the pressure of the majority of the council, the chief general Demodocus had no choice but to betray his brother-in-law. He sent a messenger to Dionia to ask for peace. However, the Devers, who had the absolute advantage, would not let Locke go so easily. He put forward 2 conditions. First, Demodocus and his cronies had to be expelled. Second, Locke had to be integrated into the Dionia alliance. When the news reached Locke, the people were in an uproar. The Devers had no time to care about Locke, who was already in an uproar because of his words. He was preparing to accept the surrender of the Syracuse troops in Xylite. At first, the Phasapeses sent a messenger to Dionia's camp to ask for peace. However, the Devers flatly refused. He proposed to the messenger that the Syracuse troops in Xylite must surrender unconditionally, and that Dionia would guarantee their safety. Of course, he promised that Dionia would send them safely back to their hometowns in no more than 3 months. However, this did not include the mercenaries who had killed countless Dionia's people. At the same time, the Devers took the initiative to explain the situation in eastern Sicily to the messenger, and showed him the letters from the cities of Catanae, Sicily, Leontini, and other cities requesting to submit. The shock in the messenger's heart could not be any greater. He returned to Xylite in a daze. As soon as he entered the city, he was stopped by the soldiers, who could not wait to ask about the negotiations. Facing the 3 layers of soldiers that surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out, the emissary finally revealed the details of the negotiation. The soldiers never expected that while they were fighting a war thousands of miles away, there was already a riot in their hometowns. It was no wonder that Dionysius abandoned them and fled back to Sicily alone. Compared to the Syracuse generals like Phasapeses who stayed behind to guard the city, who were skeptical of the news brought back by the messenger, the soldiers were completely panicked. They gathered in front of the commander-in-chief's residence again and shouted the slogan, "Agree to Dionia's request, we want to go home." They even injured the guards several times and tried to force their way into the house, causing Phasapeses and the others to tremble in fear. At this time, the Namibian cavalry, who knew that they would not be let go of by Dionia, attempted to escape from Xylite in order to survive. They suddenly launched an attack on the unsuspecting Syracuse soldiers. At the same time, Leptines, who realized that the situation was not good, led more than 20 warships that were willing to follow him and left the port. They were intercepted by the Dionysian fleet that was prepared in advance. After a chase on the sea, 7 warships escaped, and the rest were either captured or sunk. This included Leptine's flagship. He was rescued from the sea by Dionia sailors and became a captive. On this day, Xylite was in chaos and uproar. The Dionia scouts outside the city could hear the sounds of fighting and screams from 100 meters away from the city walls. They immediately reported the news to the Devers. The Devers did not take any action. The chaos in the city lasted for a day. The next day, the gates of Xylite opened wide. Phasapeses and the other generals led soldiers who took off their armor and threw away their shields and spears, as well as more than 30,000 freedmen and slaves, and surrendered to Dionia. At the same time, they also presented the heads of the hundreds of Namibians who caused the chaos in the city the previous day and were eventually surrounded and killed. The entire Dionia camp was filled with cheers. After months of bloody battles, the Syracuse invasion army was finally destroyed. The Devers ordered the tens of thousands of captives to be detained and stationed in Xylite. They arranged for people to clean and repair the city that was ruined by the Syracuse army. The Syracuse rebel messenger, Phasapeses, originally planned to land in Crotone and then come to Dionia camp. He did not expect to be intercepted by the Dionysian fleet near Xylite. Only then did he learn that the Syracuse army had all surrendered to Dionia, and he was shocked. He originally wanted to use the Syracuse army as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Dionia, but now it was not. Feeling uneasy, he went ashore at the port and soon met the Devers. Chapter 579. At this time, Phasapeses expressed that Syracuse was willing to sign a peace treaty with Dionia. Devers was already prepared for this. He simply said, "If you want to sign a peace treaty with Dionia, Syracuse must agree to the following conditions. First, the people of Syracuse started this war and caused serious damage to Dionia and Magna Graecia. Therefore, Syracuse must compensate Dionia with 2,000 talent for the restoration of Dionia and the other city-states of Magna Graecia. Second, the people of Syracuse who were captured by the Dionysian army, as the invaders of this war, have the blood of Magna Graecia on their hands. Dionia will not release them easily. They must pay a ransom, the price of which is determined by the status of the captive. Third, Syracuse must disband the Sicilian alliance. Fourth, Syracuse must recognize the fact that Taunus, Leontini, Catanae, Sicily, Naxos, and Tauromenian have joined the Dionia alliance. The interests of these city-states must not be infringed upon. Fifth, Messina. The straightforward Phasapeses was angered by these harsh conditions, but a sentence from Devers made him suppress the urge to leave immediately. If you are not willing to accept these conditions, Dionia can talk to Dionysius. This was what Heroles and the others were most worried about. In order to prevent Dionysius, who had been beaten to the bottom, from rising again, Phasapeses had no choice but to negotiate with the Devers' subordinates, the officials of Dionia, led by Ansitanos. On the second day, the news of Dionysius's raid on Syracuse was almost successful if not for the help of the Dionysian army. When Pharisanus learned of this, he realized the risk that Heroles and the others were facing, so the process of the negotiations accelerated. At the same time, the news of the Syracuse expedition surrendering to Dionia had reached the ears of the citizens of Rockley. The citizens in the city panicked. At this moment, Helos led 10,000 soldiers and marched secretly from the west to the east. They quickly passed through the mountain path and approached Rockley. They used a dozen ballistae to destroy the temporary defensive camp that the Rockley people had built at the exit of the mountain path. They used their fierce attacks to defeat part of the Rockley army's resistance and invaded their territory. This bad news caused even more panic in Lockley City. At this time, there were still rumors spreading in Lockley City. For example, the main force led by the Devers has already headed south and will reach Lockley in a day. These rumors made it hard for the commoners, nobles and politicians in Lockley City to remain calm. Demodocus and his cronies saw that the situation was not good, so they ran to the port with their families, trying to escape Greece by ship. The political enemies who had been suppressed by Demodocus in the past took the opportunity to incite the people, declaring that only by capturing Demodocus and his cronies and offering them to Dionia could Dionia's anger towards Lockley be alleviated. Therefore, the docile citizens of Lockley, who usually strictly followed the laws of the city, attacked Demodocus and the others. Blood dyed the sea of Lockley port red. Demodocus and some of the generals, council members and their families, including the elderly, women and children, a total of more than 200 people fell in a pool of blood. None survived. The tyranny displayed after the anger of the docile citizens of Lockley made Demodocus' opponents secretly afraid. Everyone was in danger. In order not to follow in the footsteps of Demodocus and the others, the Lockley Council finally decided to agree to Dionia's harsh conditions and sent messengers out of the city to contact Helos. At this point, the war in Greece had ended. Other than Tarentum, the other hostile Greek city-states had been conquered by Dionia. The people of Tarentum had also received the news that the Syracuse army had surrendered to Dionia. At this time, they were already holed up in the city, surrounded by the Mapu alliance. The reason they could still understand the situation outside was because the sea route had not been blocked. That was the credit of Dionia. As the Dionia's fleet resolutely prevented the Mapu alliance's fleet from entering the Taranto Bay, the Messapi and Pucetti did not dare to provoke Dionia at this time. They could only order the fleet to retreat. This way, Tarentum would retain the sea route to the outside world and the passage of goods. A large number of Tarentum citizens were imprisoned by Dionia. They could only rely on the old, weak and sick to resist the siege of the Mapu alliance. In such a dangerous situation, the reason why the people of Tarentum were still struggling and unwilling to agree to Dionia's request to become a free city of the alliance was not only because of their pride as a former strong nation, but also because of Sparta. They hoped that Sparta could make the greedy Dionia give up their attempt to annex Tarentum and release their loved ones to save Tarentum from imminent danger. At the beginning of March, the ship of the Sparta messenger, Chrysops, sailed straight across the edge of the Taranto Bay, around the land promontory of Crotone, and entered the port of Silatina. The Devers had been sitting in Silatina for more than 10 days. There were so many things to do that he was busy from morning to night. First was the negotiation with the rebels of Syracuse. Although he was not specifically involved in the negotiations, he had to pay attention to the progress of the negotiations and control the general direction. In the end, the peace agreement between the two sides was reached. Other than the amount of war reparations, the price of the captives' ransom, and some minor additions and deletions, the agreement basically achieved the goal of the Devers to weaken the strength of Syracuse, reduce its influence in Sicily, and protect the interests of Dionia in the east and central coast of Sicily. Pharisanius hoped to immediately send back the militia of Syracuse to defend the empty city of Syracuse. The Devers also hoped to send back the newly surrendered captives as soon as possible. Otherwise, with so many people staying in Greece, not only would it consume a lot of food, but they would also have to send a lot of guards. However, the two sides had diverged on two issues. The first was the thousands of mercenaries among the surrendered captives of Silatina. Pharisanius thought that they were all loyal dogs of Dionysius, and also targets that Herolas wanted to eliminate. To prevent any accidents, he did not want them to return. However, the Devers said, before the army of Syracuse surrendered, he made a promise, and he is not willing to go back on it. In addition, the Devers did not want to keep these mercenaries who had followed Dionysius for a long time, and were used to killing and looting like bandits. Even though the rapidly expanding territory of Dionia urgently needed people to fill it, he was afraid that keeping these mercenaries would spoil the good atmosphere of Dionia. Right now, the war in Asia Minor and the Peloponnesus Peninsula was raging, and there were Greek refugees everywhere because of the war. Dionia would not lack Greek refugees who wanted land and a peaceful life. Therefore, he threatened Pharisanius that even if they did not agree, he would send these mercenaries back, and they would have to bear the consequences. Pharisanius was worried that the stubbornness of the people of Dionia would increase the uncertainty of Herolas and the others who already controlled Syracuse. He could only agree to pay the ransom for these former citizens and mercenaries, but requested that Dionia listen to his arrangements when sending them away. The Devers only cared that he had fulfilled his promise. As for whether these captives would become slaves or be executed when they returned to Syracuse, it was not his concern. The second disagreement was that Pharisanius hoped that Dionia would also release the people of Syracuse who had been captured in the previous battle. The Devers rejected this and said bluntly, "The war has caused serious damage to the homes of the people of Dionia, and the population has decreased sharply. Dionia needs these captives as laborers to help the people rebuild their homes. We will only consider releasing them after a year." Actually, this was only one of the reasons. The Devers did not mention the more important reason. He was more worried that if all the captives were released to Syracuse, Syracuse's strength would recover quickly, and the new leaders of Syracuse would have other ideas. With these hostages in hand, within a year, Dionia would be able to stabilize its rule in Magna Graecia and the east coast of Sicily with ease. Pharisanius argued several times but to no avail. In the end, he had no choice but to add a clause to the agreement. During this year, the health and safety of the captives must be guaranteed. Of course, the content of the argument did not include the thousands of Syracuse captives that Dionia had sold to Carthage. Most of them were Syracuse's militia, not the poor people of the port who were sailors. During the negotiation with the Syracuse emissaries, the Devers also met with people from Rockley and Hyhernion, preaching to them the benefits of joining the alliance of Dionia and dispelling their unease. At the same time, they observed the visitors and gathered information for the election of the senators of these two places in the future by the Senate. In addition, the Devers had to discuss with the Senate through letters about the management of the new territories occupied by Medma and Silatina's governor. At the same time, he also had to discuss with your chief general, his father-in-law, Attilius, about the matter of joining forces to attack Messina. Not only did the Devers not have any free time to rest, Secretary Hnepolis had to help the Devers write letters and copy documents every day, until his hands were numb from all the writing. At this moment, Chersops's ship entered the port of Silatina. The bustle of the port surprised Chersop. He saw that every port was filled with empty-handed Syracuse people in thin clothes. They were escorted by Dionia soldiers onto the passenger ship. The fully loaded passenger ships left the port carefully, and under the protection of Dionia's warships, they headed south. Chapter 580. He remembered the last time he went to Turin, Dionia was still in danger under the threat of Dionysius's army. He did not expect that after a few months, the soldiers of Syracuse would need the consent of Dionia to return home alive. Everything happened so fast, it was like a dream. Callissippus pulled himself together and walked into the city. In this war, the people of Syracuse were either killed or sold, and there were not many left. But now there were quite a lot of residents in the city. Not only the soldiers of the 2nd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th legions, but also the troops led by Helos and Hieronymus, who had conquered Rockley and its allies, had returned to Syracuse. Logically, the prisoners of Syracuse were being sent back in batches, and the troops of Dionia should also be disbanded in batches to relieve the pressure of logistics and labor shortage in the alliance. But the Devers considered that the war in Greece had just ended, and the people of the city-states that had surrendered were not yet convinced. They were afraid that there would be a change of heart, so they gathered a large number of troops in Syracuse, hoping to deter thieves, so that they could smoothly implement the series of plans that Dionia would implement to govern Greece. In addition, there was a special group in the city, and that was the group of nearly 1,000 engineers and craftsmen in the army of Syracuse. The Devers had been waiting for them for a long time, so when the army of Syracuse surrendered, he immediately ordered them to be protected. He did not hesitate to break his promise, and did not include these people in the list of people to be released in the negotiations with Pharisanus. At the same time, he forced Pharisanus to agree to their request. Dionia's fleet would send their families over. The Devers also made various promises to these people, such as citizenship, land, a good research environment, and so on. Finally, they reluctantly kept these people. The soldiers of Dionia strolled along the streets in 2s and 3s, chatting with relaxed expressions on their faces. Even when they saw Callissippus, they only glanced at him curiously. They did not go up to the patrol captain leading the way, nor did they show the slightest bit of respect. It was as if they had seen an ordinary person. Even though Callissippus's attire was so distinctive, scarlet cloak, long hair, and thick beard, Sparta was the only one in Greece. Compared to a few months ago when Callissippus went to Turin, the soldiers of Dionia were much calmer. Thinking of this, Callissippus felt that it was because they had defeated the powerful Syracuse that Dionia had become the overlord of Greece in the western Mediterranean, that they were no longer afraid of any Greek city. Thinking of this, Callissippus felt that this was the reason why the elders of Sparta had sent him to come to Dionia. He felt that he had a great responsibility. Most of the Dionic soldiers were gathered in the arena to participate in or watch the rugby match between the various corps organized by the senior team officers. The noise in the arena could be heard several blocks away. Although Callissippus was curious, he did not have the time to watch. He waited for more than 10 minutes. If it were any other Sparta emissary, he would have been furious. They would have thought that this was an insult to Sparta. Callissippus could still control himself, because he did see the visitors, which meant that the people of Dionia were not lying. They were not deliberately making things difficult for him. They just did not regard the emissaries of Sparta as the most important like the other Greek cities. Callissippus was still able to restrain himself because he had indeed seen the visitors, which meant that the Dionians were not lying and were not deliberately making things difficult for him. They were just not like the other Greek city-states who viewed the Spartan envoys as the most important. Callissippus could only endure it. After all, this was not Greece, not Ionia, not Asia Minor, but Greece, where Sparta's influence was weak, and Dionia, which had never been afraid of Sparta. Callissippus, it's nice to see you again. The deities showed enthusiasm when they saw him. They even said, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. A few generals of Corunna came, and it took me a lot of time. Corunna? Callissippus's heart skipped a beat. That was the city-state of the Southern Alliance. They first betrayed Dionia and went to Syracuse. Later, after Syracuse was defeated, they went back to Dionia after Greece was almost conquered by Dionia. Callissippus could guess why this untrustworthy city-state sent an emissary here. He calmed himself down and said, Deities, congratulations on defeating Dionysius and winning the war. Did Sparta send you here just to congratulate me? The deities had a smile on his face, but he went straight to the point. You have defeated Sparta's ally, Syracuse. You have also sent troops to Sicily and occupied some Greek city-states. The Sparta Council of Elders is concerned about the aggression shown by Dionia, and sent me here to ask the Devers. King, do you know if Dionia is hostile to Sparta? Callissippus stared at the Devers and said the last sentence in a deep voice. Callissippus's words made the Devers' expression turn serious. He said seriously, I have told Phoebidas, who helped Dionysius to invade Greece, that as long as Sparta is not hostile to Dionia, Dionia is not hostile to Sparta. I have no interest in the land on the other side of the Adriatic Sea. Of course Sparta is not hostile to Dionia. Sparta helped Syracuse because we had an alliance with Dionysius. When this alliance was established, Greece did not yet have the Dionysian alliance, so we had to act according to the oath made by Hercules. But from now on, such a situation will not happen again. Callisops immediately declared solemnly, Sparta helped Syracuse because we had an alliance with Dionysius. The Devers immediately sensed something from Callissippus's words. He raised his eyebrows. Sparta has given up on Dionysius? Callissippus did not give a direct answer. Instead, he suggested, Devers, since both of us are not hostile to each other, do you think we should sign an agreement to prevent the two powerful city-states, Sparta and Dionia, from being dragged into a meaningless war because of unnecessary friction and conflict? Hinepolis, who rarely did not interrupt when the Devers received a guest, looked at Callissippus and then at the Devers with an excited expression. Sparta has acknowledged Dionia as its equal, and has taken the initiative to seek a peace agreement with Dionia? The Devers' expression remained calm. He did not even consider the so-called glory. He continued to ask, what kind of agreement? It had always been the other Greek city-states begging Sparta for agreements and alliances, and the elders of Sparta would propose all kinds of harsh conditions according to the situation to obtain benefits for Sparta. Callissippus was not used to taking the initiative to seek an agreement and being forced to show his trump card first. However, the terrible situation that Sparta was facing had forced him to lower his head. Even though he felt aggrieved, he still had to put on a friendly face. Sparta hopes to sign a long-term peace agreement with Dionia. Both sides will maintain peace, not invade each other, and will not participate in the hostile actions of other city-states against each other. Callissippus paused here. The Devers understood why Sparta made this proposal. It was probably because they were worried that Dionia would join the anti-Sparta alliance. It seemed that Sparta was not in a good situation. Callissippus could not guess what the Devers were thinking when he saw that the latter's expression did not change. He took a deep breath and continued to state the conditions offered by the Elder Council. At the same time, Sparta will force Syracuse to accept a truce and compensate Dionia for the war. We also hope that Dionia will not force Syracuse and its allies too much, and stop further encroaching on Syracuse's interests. After all, Sparta is Syracuse's ally and has been friendly for decades. Callissippus paused and looked at the Devers again. The Devers' face was still expressionless, but the clerk next to him, Hinepolis, could not help but say, Syracuse has signed a peace treaty with us. Sparta, what right does Sparta have to interfere with Dionia's handling of the aftermath of this war? Callissippus ignored Hinepolis. Seeing that the Devers were still silent, he continued, in addition, this time, Tarentum was instigated by Syracuse to launch a war against Dionia. They have been punished by the gods. Now, the aliens are besieging this great city, and the land of the Greeks is being occupied by them. Tarentum has realized the mistakes it has made before and is willing to pay a large amount of war reparations to Dionia in order to get your forgiveness. As the mother city of Tarentum, Sparta must protect this city that is connected to us by blood. I hope that Dionia can release the captives of Tarentum so that Tarentum can resist the attack of the aliens and become a barrier to the east of Greece again. At this time, the people of Sparta are actually concerned about the safety of Greece. Hinepolis sneered angrily. When Dionysius led the army to invade Greece, burning, looting, and even slaughtering the people of the Silatorians, why didn't the people of Sparta come out to dissuade them? Tarentum tore up the covenant and suddenly attacked the land of Dionia. Where were you people then? Callissippus did not seem to hear these words and only said to the Devers, "These are the terms of the peace negotiations that the Elders' Council of Sparta has drawn up after many discussions. The specific details need to be further negotiated with you, King of Devers." Chapter 581. Devers's words made Cherisops very uneasy. He quickly said, "These are the conditions Sparta prepared before the negotiation. You can also state your conditions first, and we will negotiate together." "Cherisops," Devers said coldly. Divers said coldly, "Now that the war in Greece has subsided, the situation in Sicily is still considered stable for Dionia. I can mobilize more than 200 three-decker or warships and more than 50,000 soldiers at any time. If I lead this huge fleet and sail eastward, we can reach the Peloponnesus Peninsula in less than 3 days. Can Sparta stop us?" Without waiting for Cherisops to answer, he said firmly, "No. Your fleet has been defeated by Conon's navy at Knidos, and now there are less than 100 warships left. They are holed up in Corinth Bay and do not dare to come out. They are no match for the Dionysian fleet. If a fleet of 50,000 soldiers landed on the coast of Messenia, can your army stop them?" Devers' lips curled up slightly. "No. Most of Sparta's warriors were sent to Corinth, a few to Persia, and the rest to suppress the Helioists in the country. Even if Sparta can gather all their warriors, Dionia is not afraid. I believe that Dionia's large and elite legion can completely defeat the Sparta warriors that you are so proud of." As Divers spoke, he smashed his fist on the wooden table with extreme confidence. Dong! The sound of the punch made Caristhorpes, who had experienced countless life and death battles, tremble subconsciously. It was as if that punch had smashed on his heart. "Of course, I don't need to put in so much effort." The expression on Devers' face suddenly became relaxed again. He softened his tone and said, "I only need the army to disperse Sparta's remaining troops in Messenia, block the Taygetos Pass, and then support the Helioists. No, let the Messenians be independent and arm them. After that, I will withdraw the army. I don't need to consume too much food, and I don't need to fight too much. But can Sparta easily deal with the armed Messenians? No, you can't. Decades ago, when the Messenians rebelled, you suffered a lot. At that time, Sparta could do nothing about the rioting Messenians. They even begged the armies of Athens and other alliances to help them suppress the rioting Messenians. In the end, the chief general of Athens, Cimon, brought thousands of soldiers from Athens to Sparta to help. However, because of the different political systems and customs, they were suspected and wronged. The soldiers returned to their homeland in anger. When they told the people about what happened to them in Sparta, it triggered the anger of the people against Sparta. This led to the fall of the leader of the pro-Sparta faction, Cimon, and Pericles became the new leader of Athens. He served for decades and created the Golden Age of Athens. Even with the help of their allies, Sparta failed to wipe out the rioting Messenians. Instead, it caused the lives of the people in the country to be difficult. The Messenians were motivated and constantly rebelled. In the end, Sparta had to reach a compromise with the rebels and allowed them to leave Sparta's territory freely. That was a painful memory for the people of Sparta. However, the Devers were so relaxed that they wanted to repeat it again. How could Cleitharpes not be shocked? He forced himself to calm down and put on a stern expression. Is Dionia declaring war on Sparta? It's not that Dionia wants to do this. It's that Sparta is forcing Dionia to prepare for war, said the Devers in a low voice. Forcing Dionia? Cleitharps acted as if he had heard a joke. He reminded them seriously, Sparta came to negotiate a friendly agreement with Dionia with sincerity. Syracuse destroyed so many Greek city-states in Sicily and forced the Sicilian city-states to listen to his orders. Yet, Sparta didn't stop him. Dionysius led his army to invade Great Greece, burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of crimes. Yet, Sparta didn't stop him. Now, Dionia has defeated Syracuse and wants to restore order to Great Greece and Sicily, restoring peace in this region. Yet, Sparta came to stop us. Is this the sincerity of Sparta? Said the Devers coldly, his tone gradually becoming heavier. Devers, listen to me. Cleitharps still wanted to explain. What right does Sparta have to criticize Dionia, Great Greece, and Sicily? The Devers asked angrily, interrupting Cleitharps' words like a sudden clap of thunder. With just a few thousand warriors? The tens of thousands of Peloponnesos's allies? And those random mercenaries? With a single order from me, I can gather more than 200 three-decker warships and 50,000 elite soldiers to attack the Peloponnesus Peninsula and tear Sparta's territory and allies into pieces. This way, the arrogant Sparta will understand how to respect a powerful country. This way, the greedy and selfish Sparta will understand that the western Mediterranean Sea is not Peloponnesus's territory, and that no external forces are allowed to stir up trouble. Listening to the Devers' angry rebuke, and watching the new king waving his arms forcefully, Cleitharps recalled what Phoebidas had said a long time ago in the Council of Elders when he requested to punish Dionia after his diplomatic mission to Dionia. Dionia is a city-state alliance that advocates force and is very aggressive. We must find a way to restrict it, or else it will bring us trouble in the future. It was not just trouble, it was the biggest threat. The Devers before him was like a grown lion. He no longer hid his claws and fangs, but roared at the former overlord of Greece, waving his sharp claws and fangs. At this time, Cleitharps had calmed down. He had picked up some clues from Dives' rebuke. King Devers, since you are not satisfied with our terms, what are your terms? The Devers' anger was not directed at Cleitharps, but at the Sparta Council of Elders behind him. Hearing this, he felt that he had achieved his goal. He snorted coldly, but his anger did not subside, but he no longer roared. He said in a low voice, The Greeks of the western Mediterranean Sea can take care of our own affairs, and we don't need Sparta to interfere. If Sparta can understand this, I think Dionia will not be interested in the Greek affairs of the eastern Mediterranean Sea. This is the basic condition for Dionia and Sparta to reach a peace agreement. Cleitharps was shocked by the ambition of the Devers. They actually wanted to share the Greek world of the Mediterranean Sea with Sparta. Although Sparta did not pay much attention to the western Mediterranean Sea, they had supported Syracuse to help them watch over Sparta's backyard. As Syracuse grew stronger, Dionysius began to become less obedient. However, in the eyes of the ordinary Sparta warriors, Syracuse had always been the weakest party in the alliance, and was dominated by Sparta. And now, Dionia had officially proposed to be on an equal footing with Sparta. Cleitharps stared blankly at the Devers. The Devers stared at Cleitharps with determination in their eyes. After a moment, Cleitharps said, I understand what you mean. I'll relay your words to the Elder Council. I believe that the wise and far-sighted people will give us an answer soon. Yes, the war in the western Mediterranean Sea is developing very quickly. I'm afraid that the situation will be completely different in a few days, so it's important to hurry up. The Devers' seemingly casual reminder made Cleitharps' heart tighten again. After seeing off the hurried Cleitharps, Hinepolis hurriedly asked with concern, Your Majesty, will Sparta agree to your terms, and negotiate according to them? The Devers was not very sure about this, but he smiled and said, The current Dionia is not afraid of Sparta, and there is no need to beg Sparta for anything. However, the current Sparta is different from us. I believe that after Cleitharps relays my threats to the Sparta will not be able to sleep for a long time. But even if the Sparta sign a friendly agreement with us, they will definitely bear a grudge against Ionia in their hearts. Hinepolis said worriedly, "Why don't we take advantage of the fact that Sparta is in a whirlpool of war and completely destroy them according to your plan, your majesty?" "Haha, Henny, I didn't know that you hate Sparta more than I do." The Devers laughed. "Your majesty, I'm just worried about the future of Sparta," Hinepolis hurriedly argued. The Devers patted him on the shoulder and said confidently, "Don't worry, a city-state like Sparta will not have a future even if we, Dionia, don't need to do anything." Even though the Devers could not remember this period of history clearly, based on his in-depth understanding of Greece over the past few years, he knew that the conflict between Sparta and Corinth and Argos on the peninsula of Peloponnesus, and Athens and Thebes in central Greece was irreconcilable, and the war between them would continue. Dionia had just ended its war with Syracuse, and it needed time to absorb new land. There was no need to poke the hornet's nest that was Sparta. Even if it was weakened, it would not do Dionia much good. Instead, it would create a better opportunity for other city-states in Greece, such as Athens and Thebes, to expand their territory. It was better to let them restrict and kill each other, so that Dionia would have more time to develop. As the Devers expected, after the Elder Council of Sparta received the report from Cleitharps, although they were angry on the surface, they were actually afraid. The army of Dionia in Great Greece was ready to go, but Sparta was unable to open up a new battlefield. Chapter 582. After half a day of discussion, they quickly redefined the terms of the negotiation and allowed Callisops to return to Greece. In the end, Dionia and Sparta signed the famous Treaty of the Two Kings, where the king of Dionia and the king of Sparta finally signed the treaty. The contents of the treaty were as follows. First, Sparta and Dionia would maintain peace, mutual non-aggression, and friendly exchanges. Second, with the Adriatic Sea as the boundary between the north and south, Sparta would regard the western Mediterranean Sea as Dionia's sphere of influence. They would not send any troops or warships into it, nor would they send envoys to form alliances with any city-states in the western Mediterranean Sea, nor would they incite or support other city-states to carry out hostile actions against Dionia. Similarly, Dionia would regard the area east of the Adriatic Sea as Sparta's sphere of influence. They would not send any troops or warships into it, nor would they enter into alliances with any other city-states in the eastern Mediterranean Sea, nor would they incite or support other city-states to carry out hostile actions against Sparta. Third, considering that Syracuse was still an ally of Sparta, Dionia promised not to infringe upon the territorial interests of Syracuse and not to force it to join the alliance of Dionia. However, Greece's Tarentum did not have any alliance relationship with Sparta. The conflict with Dionia was an internal matter of Greece. According to the second principle of the treaty, Sparta would not intervene. Fourth, the duration of the treaty was 10 years. After the expiration, if both parties had no objections, the treaty would be renewed. The agreement between Dionia and Sparta was not announced to the public. After all, the fact that both parties regarded other city-states as nothing and privately divided the Mediterranean Sea was too well known. It would not be good for either party if it was spread out. However, after Callisops signed the agreement, he made a special trip to Tarentum and announced to the Council of Sparta's decision. Sparta would not intervene in the affairs of Tarentum. When the generals and councillors of Tarentum heard this, they were grief-stricken. The council was filled with wails. 2 days later, Tarentum sent an envoy to Dionia, expressing his willingness to accept Dionia's conditions and become a free city of the alliance. After signing the agreement that Tarentum would be incorporated into the Dionia Union, the Thurii Senate began to release the Tarentum captives in batches as per the Devers' instructions. Why didn't he release them all at once? The Devers were mainly concerned that Tarentum had a precedent of breaking an alliance. They were afraid that it would suddenly go back on its words after getting the benefit. Moreover, the main forces of Dionia were still temporarily stationed in the Silatorians to deal with some post-war affairs in Greece with the Devers, so they could not return in time to deal with it. At the same time, the Devers also wanted Tarentum to suffer a little more. This would correct their arrogant character and make it easier to manage them in the future. After the failure of Dionysius's raid on the city of Syracuse, he once again returned to the island of Ortygia. Herolas pleaded with the First Legion of Dionia not to leave for the time being. They should be stationed at the Hexagate so that they could receive their assistance at any time. At the same time, Herolas reorganized the order in the city, formed a new defense force, and asked the First Legion to send a team of officers to guide the citizen soldiers of Syracuse in defending the walls of the isthmus. The failure of Dionysius caused the people of the port area to no longer remain neutral. They also sent troops to the city to accept Herolas's command. 10 days later, the new leadership of Syracuse, led by Herolas, who signed the peace treaty with Dionia, welcomed the first batch of Syracuse's militia from Greece back to Sicily. The people were moved to tears, and Herolas became more confident. Dionysius's actions of sending a small team of mercenaries to land on the coast of Syracuse gradually stopped. After another 7 or 8 days, the envoy of Sparta, Phoebidas, arrived at Syracuse. He officially recognized the new government of Syracuse and reaffirmed the alliance with Syracuse. With the support of both Dionia and Sparta, the new Syracuse regime finally made the hesitant Greek city-states on the south coast of Sicily finally decide to sever their ties with Dionysius. Instead, they sent messengers to Herolas to convey their goodwill. Dionysius was now completely isolated and without help. Although the rebels could not break through the sturdy barrier and kill their way into the island of Ortygia, it was basically impossible for him to recapture Syracuse. What worried him even more was the rapid depletion of food on the island. It was only enough for slightly more than a month. At this moment, Phoebidas made a bold move. Disregarding the danger, he entered the island of Ortygia alone and had a frank conversation with Dionysius. In the end, with Phoebidas's guarantee, Dionysius agreed to lead his family, his supporters, and the 1,000 or so mercenaries away from the island of Ortygia to Sparta. At the same time, the Syracuse Council also agreed to provide 10 three-decker warships for free so that Dionysius could leave Sicily as soon as possible. Philistos saw Dionysius standing on the pier, gazing at Ortygia Island behind him for a long time. The entire fleet was ready and waiting for him, so he disembarked to persuade him. "Dionysius, let's go." "Philistos, my dear friend." Dionysius stood in front of him, his voice distant and distant. "I finally understand. The people of Syracuse, whether in times of peace or in times of war, are always, constantly fighting amongst themselves, exhausting their own energy. They can't fully use their power to expand their territory and obtain more benefits for Syracuse." "Yes, Dionysius, this is why I fully support you," Philistos said with a sigh, casually expressing the reason he followed Dionysius. "That's why I don't think Herolas can correct this bad habit of the people of Syracuse." Dionysius continued softly. "Herolas is too idealistic, often self-righteous, and tends to go to extremes. Unfortunately, he lacks courage and ruthlessness. He can't control Syracuse." When Philistos talked about his good friend who deceived him and imprisoned him, his tone was so calm that it was as if he was talking about a stranger. In this chaotic world, we must use blood to intimidate the people, and use strength to conquer the enemy. Herolas won't understand, and fortunately, he won't. A cold smile appeared on Dionysius's face as he pointed to the north of Ortygia Island. "Without me as their common enemy, I swear to Apollo that within half a year, Syracuse will be in civil strife, and that will be the time for us to return. The people are forgetful. When Syracuse loses its position as the overlord of Sicily, and the people of Syracuse are looked down upon by the foreigners, they will soon feel the cruelty of reality, and they will miss you. I even think that when that time comes, not only will they not resist you, they will even warmly welcome you into Syracuse." Philistos agreed with Dionysius's words, and said seriously. This was also one of the reasons why they were willing to leave with Dionysius. "Ha ha, Apollo will protect us, just like he has protected us many times before." Dionysius smiled and turned around. Suddenly, he remembered something, and his face became gloomy again. "But Dionia is a big problem, we still need to specifically deal with it, and discuss some countermeasures." The two discussed in a low voice as they boarded the ship. The bugle sounded, and the wooden oars hit the water. One ship after another left Ortygia Island, heading east. The news that Dionysius had left Sicily quickly spread throughout Syracuse, and the people in the city cheered. The burden that had been weighing on his heart was lifted, and Herolus felt light all over his body. From now on, he would lead the people to restore the prosperity of Syracuse, and he was full of confidence in himself. In the middle of the fleet that sailed towards Sparta was a large passenger ship. Dionysius, his followers, and his family were all on this ship. At this time, Dionysius, Philistos, Hipporinus, and Phoebidas were chatting in the passenger cabin. "Now it seems that Dionia threatened to attack Rockley in order to lure us, Syracuse, into sending troops to Greece as soon as possible," Dionysius said with a sigh. "From what you said, you led the army to invade Greece, or were you lured by Dionia?" Phoebidas showed a trace of disdain. "Conquering Greece was indeed one of my goals." Dionysius, who was already in exile, was very honest at this moment. "But I overestimated the power of Syracuse, and underestimated Dionia, especially the Devers. I thought that I had already attached great importance to that young man, but his military commanding ability still exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect him to be able to defeat the Samni army that I instigated so quickly and return to Tulii. He used unique tactics to defeat my army on the sea and on the land. Philistos, I really should have listened to you and not rushed to attack Greece. Instead, I should have spent a few years to consolidate Syracuse's position as the overlord of Sicily, so that the people who are already tired of war can get enough rest. Then even if Greece loses the war, we can still defend Sicily. What's the point of saying all this now? We've all been driven out of the western Mediterranean," Hipporinus said angrily. "Of course it's useful." Dionysius had experienced the depression when he first left, but now he had regained his confidence. "Learn from the experience and avoid making the same mistake next time. Didn't we do this back then? Every time we encountered a setback, we would become stronger and stand higher. That was how Syracuse became the overlord of Sicily in the end." Chapter 583. This was exactly what Phoebidas wanted. He had actually thought about this before. He said, "After you won the Battle of Cerridon, you shouldn't have continued to attack Crotone as planned. Instead, you should have led your army to bypass Crotone and Turin. You should have landed near Heraclea and rendezvoused with Tarentum's army to capture Heraclea. While the main force of Dionia isn't in Turin, you should have led your army to invade Dionia's territory from the north. You don't have to worry about the defenseless Amendola and directly attack Turin. If the Dionysian army goes to battle, you can take the opportunity to annihilate them. If they are stubbornly defending, you can attack Turin. You can even successfully capture Ciudad Crotone. Now that you have Tarentum's army, taking Turin shouldn't be a problem. At the same time, you can also send a small number of troops to block the exit of the mountain road in the west, so that the main force led by the Devers can't return in time. The army is going to bypass Heraclea by ship? General Phoebidas, don't forget that the Dionysian fleet is in the estuary of the Crati River. They will definitely rush to the sea to attack our fleet." Phoebidas objected. "You are frightened by the raven warship of Dionia, aren't you?" Phoebidas had a look of disdain on his face. I admit that Dionia's naval tactics are unique, but you have underestimated Dionia. You did not gather all your warships to fight and even used my plan. The navy of Syracuse and Tarentum's warships are 3 times the number of Dionia's fleet. The final winner of this battle will definitely be you. By that time, Syracuse will control the coast and capture Turin. Even if the Devers lead their army back to Dionia, they will ultimately face a fragmented alliance. General Phoebidas's plan is good, but it's based on the fact that we already know the characteristics of the Dionysian fleet and how the Devers could defeat the 50,000-strong Simonians in such a short time. In addition, the Devers are too good at commanding in the field. Our army can't fight them head-on at all. But the truth is, we were confident that Dionia, which is obviously weaker than Syracuse, would not be able to stop our attack at sea or on land. That's why Syracuse's army went all the way north. Phoebidas retorted. Dionysius nodded slightly. Actually, according to my initial suggestion to Dionysius, Syracuse should not have sent their army to Greece to rescue Locri. Instead, they should have allowed the southern Italian coalition to besiege Locri. With our naval support, Locri would not be breached. Then, while Locri was holding back the southern Italian coalition, Syracuse's fleet would cut off the sea trade of Dionia, Crotone, and other city-states in the western Mediterranean Sea. With the national strength of Dionia, I'm afraid that it would not last for half a year before it would have to withdraw its army from Locri. After that, we could focus all our forces on attacking Liguum. It is the closest to Sicily, but far from Dionia. Just the transportation of food would be a huge problem, and we would have to go around the territories of Locri and its allies. That would be another big problem. It's hard to say if Dionia could withstand such a huge expenditure. Even if the Devers really came with their army, we could leave by ship at any time. After going back and forth a few times like this, I'm afraid that Dionia would not dare to send reinforcements to Liguum. As long as we take down Liguum, not only will we have complete control over the Strait of Messina, we will be able to collect more war funds, and we will be able to unite the forces of Sicily and Locri without any worries. Then, when we carry out your original plan, Dionysius, Dionia will eventually be dragged down by the powerful strength of Syracuse. Philistos gushed endlessly, finally settling one of the regrets in his heart. Phoebidas did not get angry. He thought about it carefully and reminded Syracuse's fleet. The way I see it, Dionia is worried about Syracuse's powerful navy, so it'll probably let its fleet defend the coast of Tullage. Even if it goes south in the end, they don't have actual combat experience. Also, they're not familiar with the sea, so we'll be able to discover the weakness of the Raven warship earlier, so we won't be caught off guard. Philistos explained. Good. Good. Phoebidas, Philistos, your plan is great. If I followed your plan back then, I would not have been chased out of Sicily today. Sigh. Dionysius looked regretful. He then changed the topic. However, these methods will no longer work against Dionia in the future. I heard that Dionia not only annexed Locri and its allies, but also Tarentum. They even obtained Messina and occupied the Catania plains in Sicily. To the north of Dionia, the powerful Simonians have already submitted to them. Now, Dionia has many regions such as Lucania, Magna Graecia, Bruttii, and the east-central coast of Sicily. Not only does their land area far surpass that of Syracuse, their strength is also much stronger than before. If they are given a few more years of stable development, they will definitely become the most powerful force in Greece. When that time comes, not only will Syracuse have no choice but to submit to them, but even Sparta, Athens, Thebes, and other powerful Greek states will have to seek their opinions before doing anything. Dionysius said casually, but his eyes were fixed on Phoebidas. Phoebidas sat expressionlessly, but Dionysius knew that he must have listened to him, so he was prepared to say a few more words. As long as Sparta had enough fear of Dionia, then Sparta would definitely try its best to hinder Dionia's development. This way, the possibility of him returning to Syracuse would increase. At this time, his subordinate walked into the cabin. "Master, the fleet has passed the Adriatic Sea and is approaching Kigyra Island." Hearing this, Phoebidas had mixed feelings. Sparta was about to arrive. "Order the fleet to sail southeast to Crete." Dionysius's voice made him turn his head in shock. "Dionysius, you're not going to Sparta?" "Yes, I've changed my mind. I'm going to Cyrenaica." Dionysius smiled mysteriously. Phoebidas could not sit still anymore. He shouted, "You promised me that you'd go to Sparta with me. I've already sent someone to inform the Elder Council." Dionysius pointed at Phoebidas and asked angrily, "Sparta once promised me that you'd support me, Dionysius, for a long time, and now? Now you're supporting the rebels. How can I trust you?" Phoebidas was speechless. Perhaps Dionysius had been holding it in for a long time. Both of them glared at each other like two bulls. After a while, Phoebidas asked in a low voice, "Dionysius, are you sure you're not going to Sparta?" "Phoebidas, all these years in Syracuse, I've never made a decision easily. Every decision I make can affect the life and death of a large number of people. Going to Cyrenaica is an important decision I've made," Dionysius answered proudly. At this moment, he displayed the dignity of a tyrant of a city. Phoebidas's face was livid. He threatened, "Dionysius, you'll regret this decision." After that, he turned and walked out of the cabin. "Sparta gave up on me and chose Herolas. You'll regret this decision in the future," Dionysius shouted angrily behind him. "Dionysius, we don't need to provoke Sparta at this time." Hipporinus looked worried. "Dionysius discussed it with me. Sparta is at war now. If we go to Sparta, it's very likely that the 2,000 mercenaries we lead will be forcibly conscripted into war. The large amount of money we take with us will also be used as military expenditure. Our movements in Sparta will also be restricted by them. They won't allow us to prepare for our return to Syracuse. A few years ago, the king of Cyrenaica was just overthrown. Now the nobles are in power, but the ruling families have conflicts with each other, so the political situation is not stable. Moreover, there are frequent conflicts with the local Libyans. If we bring 2,000 mercenaries to Cyrenaica, not only will we not be restricted, we will also become the target that they will fight to recruit. This will be beneficial to our development." Phoebidas explained in detail. "On Ortygia, I promised Phoebidas to go to Sparta just to confuse the people of Sparta. Now the entire fleet, including the helmsman, are my trusted slaves. Even the sailors are my trusted mercenaries. Phoebidas and his dozen or so Sparta warriors can't stop us at all. When we reach Cyrenaica, I will send someone to send him safely back to Sparta." The hatred on Dionysius's face had yet to fade. He slapped the wooden chair and sighed helplessly. "Sparta betrayed us. Based on my temper, I would have sacrificed Phoebidas's head to Apollo. But we still need Sparta's help in the future." As the three of them sighed, "Daddy, Daddy," accompanied by a crisp cry, a 4-year-old child stumbled into the cabin. "Little Dio, don't run around." A teenage boy chased after him and entered the cabin. Dionysius picked up his son and asked in a pleasant tone, "Little Dio, do you miss Daddy?" "I'm playing hide-and-seek with brother Dionysius." Dionysius turned around and pointed at the boy. "Brother-in-law," Dionysius greeted him respectfully. Chapter 584. "Dion, I heard that you've saved us a lot of trouble by organizing the kids to play games these days. Well done," Dionysius praised. "I can't help you with your business. I can only do what I can to help you," Dion said in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant. "What a good do what you can," Dionysius praised loudly. He turned to his father-in-law and said, "I think in 20 years, Dion will become an outstanding minister of Syracuse." Hipporinus, who was usually serious, cracked a smile. Minister? Philistos curled his lips imperceptibly. Stop. You can't go in. The guard's shout came from outside the door. Dionysius's heart skipped a beat. He was about to ask who it was when he heard the sound of fighting outside. Angry roars and miserable screams reached the ears of everyone in the cabin. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Hipporinus quickly shielded the two kids behind him. I'll go out and see what's going on, Philistos said nervously. No need. Megicles should be here with the mercenaries by now. It's not that easy to threaten me, Dionysius. Dionysius was still relatively calm, but his expression was extremely unsightly. He had roughly guessed who the attacker was, and his heart was like a raging storm. With a loud bang, the cabin door was kicked open. Little Dionysius was so scared that he started crying. Dionysius, Philistos, and Hipporinus turned pale. They saw a Sparta warrior in a scarlet cloak, with long hair, a thick beard, and covered in blood rushing into the cabin with a shield and spear in hand. Dionysius and Philistos looked at each other with shock written all over their faces. When he saw the mastermind also step into the cabin, Dionysius roared angrily, Phoebidas, what is the meaning of this? That's what it means. Phoebidas's eyes were cold. In front of him, 5 or 6 Sparta warriors were in combat positions, pointing their spears at them. The mature Dion had never seen such a terrible scene. His hand that was holding his father's hand was trembling. I said I won't go to Sparta. Are you going to force me? Dionysius screamed, trying his best to suppress the fear in his heart. I never said I would take you to Sparta. Phoebidas's cold words sent a chill down their spines. Phoebidas, you swore to Hercules that you would send us safely out of Sicily to where we want to go. Phoebidas anxiously reminded him. Sparta is the overlord of the Greek city-states. The bloodline of Hercules. Always an example to all Greeks. Do I have to go against my oath? I didn't. Phoebidas showed a smug smile, which made his whole face look a little strange. I promised to send you to Sparta safely, but you refused to go to Sparta. So, of course, this oath doesn't exist anymore. So you had a plan all along. Dionysius suddenly realized. Weren't you planning to lie to me from the beginning? Phoebidas sneered. After the initial shock and fear, Dionysius regained some of his calmness. He asked, even if I didn't want to go to Sparta and went against the will of the Elder Council, you wouldn't have to use your spears against me. Why? Phoebidas looked at him and didn't answer him directly. Instead, he showed a look of understanding and smiled. I know you are stalling for time, waiting for the mercenaries to come and save you. Phoebidas's calm expression made Dionysius feel that something was wrong. Megicles! Phoebidas shouted. Soon, the figure of the mercenary leader appeared at the cabin door. Dionysius and the others looked pale. Compared to going to a remote place to suffer and not enjoy a good life, they are more willing to follow Sparta to win glory and land, Phoebidas said proudly. But, Megicles, are you stupid? Sparta is poor and can't afford to pay you. But we can. If you think the money is too little, we can increase it. Hipporinus shouted in exasperation, trying to change Megicles' mind. Phoebidas laughed. Sparta doesn't have money, but you do. Those cargo ships are full of silver coins. The mercenaries have been eyeing them for a long time. The situation was critical. Dionysius finally lowered his proud head and begged in a low voice, Phoebidas, for the sake of our past friendship, let us go. You can take the silver and gold coins, as well as those warships and cargo ships, as long as you let us go, let us go. Believe me, I can retake Syracuse and provide greater help to Sparta's hegemony. Phoebidas stared at him. After a moment, he said in a low voice, I am sorry, Dionysius, I am only acting according to the orders of the Elder Council. Why? Why? You know that the people of Heroles can't control Syracuse at all. They can't even deal with the more powerful Dionia. Only me. Only I can suppress the expansion of Dionia. I can help you stabilize the Western Mediterranean. Dionysius lost control of his emotions and roared. His ferocious expression frightened little Dionysius even more. Sparta has signed a long-term friendship agreement with Dionia. Although this matter was not allowed to be made public, Phoebidas felt that it did not matter if they heard it. One of the terms is to take your life, Dionysius. So that's how it is. Devers who should go to Hades. Dionysius was completely disheartened. Suddenly, he felt his legs go weak. His body swayed a few times and he fell to the ground. Woo, woo, woo. Dad. Brother-in-law. Dionysius. These concerned voices entered his ears and made him feel extraordinarily warm. In the past, he was obsessed with his hegemony and did not pay attention to these things. Looking at his son with tears on his face, the trembling Dior, Philistos who was forcing himself to be calm, and Hipporinus who was pale, he suddenly turned to Phoebidas and said, Phoebidas, you can kill me and give my head to the Devers. But I think the agreement you signed must not include my family and my friends, so please let them go. Even if they have to follow you to Sparta. Dionysius, my best friend. Philistos shouted emotionally. Dionysius raised his hand to stop him from speaking and said in a low voice, Feli, I'm afraid I'll have to leave my family in your care. Philistos' eyes were filled with tears as he nodded hesitantly. The agreement does only require your life, Phoebidas said, but in order to convince the mercenaries, I agreed to Megicles' request. What request? Dionysius was shocked again as he looked at Megicles who had his head lowered. At this moment, Megicles had already raised his head, and his face that was usually respectful and flattering was now filled with ruthlessness. Lord Dionysius, every time you ordered us to massacre a city, you would clearly remind us to not let any of our enemies go, lest they cause trouble for Syracuse in the future. Today I am doing as you instructed. Dionysius did not expect that what he had done over the years would be repaid to his family. At this moment, he had no time to repent to the goddess of vengeance. He took a few steps on his knees and begged, Megicles, you know how I have treated you mercenaries all these years. Not only do I pay you handsomely, but I also give you land and treat you far better than I treat my own brothers. I trust you so much, and this is how you repay me. Think about it, when you first came to Sicily, you didn't even have enough to eat every day. Phoebidas was a little impatient with Dionysius's emotional narration. He glanced at Megicles and said, Decide what to do as soon as possible. Megicles looked at Dionysius, who was kneeling helplessly on the ground, and what came to his mind was that after the tyrant repelled Carthage's army, he immediately broke his promise and ordered Megicles to lead the mercenaries to arrest 127 families of the Democrats and their relatives and friends who wanted to oust him. Dionysius did not hesitate to issue an order to execute them regardless of their age or gender, and it was Megicles who executed it. At that time, Dionysius's cold eyes were firmly imprinted in his heart. We are not those Syracuse Democrats who lost their lives because of stupid compromises. Megicles made up his mind and immediately shouted, Brothers, do it! A dozen heavily armed mercenaries rushed into the cabin. Seeing this, Phoebidas said, Let's go. The Sparta warriors crowded around him and retreated out of the cabin. He did not want to see Dionysius killed with his own eyes, and he did not want the warriors of Sparta to be stained with the blood of Dionysius and his family. Unexpectedly, the desperate Dionysius jumped up, and the mercenary who had just rushed in was caught off guard, and the spear in his hand was snatched away by him. Holding the spear, he quickly retreated and protected the little Dionysius behind him. At the same time, he laughed like a night owl. Ha ha ha! Phoebidas, Sparta thinks that everything is safe after signing a peace treaty with Dionia. Bah! I bet that in less than 30 years, Sparta will be destroyed by the growing Dionia. By then, there will be no more Sparta in the world, and I will wait for you in Inferno. Megicles, if you betray me today, the people of Sparta will abandon you tomorrow. The people of Sparta will even deceive me, let alone you lowly mercenaries. Phoebidas's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that Dionysius was still trying to sow dissension in the face of such a disaster. At this time, Megicles subconsciously looked at him. Phoebidas immediately shouted, "What are you waiting for? Kill them now!" "Yes, yes." Megicles immediately gave the order. More than a dozen mercenaries rushed forward with shields and spears. It was not something that Dionysius could resist. He was shot 3 times and fell to the ground. In his dying moment, the screams of his son and friends could no longer stir up the ripples in Dionysius's heart. In a trance, he saw his respected teacher, the great commander of Syracuse, Hermocrates, who defeated the army of Athens and Carthage, and Hermocrates' daughter, his most beloved wife, both smiling at him. He stretched out his hand happily. At this time, the new king of Dionia, the Devers, led the first batch of troops to return to Thurii, passed through the triumphal arch in the city, and headed to the Victory Square. The road was crowded with people on both sides. They threw petals and waved ribbons, cheering excitedly for the warriors who saved the alliance and protected their homeland. The carriage pulled by 4 white horses stopped at the west side of the square, under the steps of the Grand Assembly Hall. The Devers walked up the platform steadily. "Your Majesty!" The elders led by Cunigarata and Cornelis saluted respectfully. "You have worked hard." The Devers returned the salute and turned to face the square. Before he could speak, there was a wave of cheers from the audience. "Long live the King of Devers! Long live the Alliance of Dionia!" Note 1. Dionysius. According to history, Dionysius died in 367 BC. He won the first prize in a Greek poetry competition. In order to celebrate his victory, he drank to his heart's content. As a result, he suffered from a fever due to excessive alcohol consumption. The doctor prescribed him a sedative and hypnotic drug. After he took the drug, he fell into a deep sleep and never woke up. Hence, there was a saying that he was poisoned by the doctor. After conquering Sicily, he waged war against Greece several times. He conquered Toulon, destroyed the cities of Corunna and Hiernion, and occupied Crotone. He also instigated the Lucanians to attack the Thurii territory, but they were repelled by the Thurii. However, the Thurii led a large army to counterattack the Lucanian territory, and the entire army was annihilated. This was the event described in the 2nd volume of this article, but it happened more than 10 years earlier. In the end, the weakened Thurii surrendered to Syracuse. After Dionysius conquered Greece, he then focused his attention on the Adriatic Sea. He built many colonial cities on the east and west coasts of the Adriatic Sea, attempting to make the Adriatic Sea the inner lake of Syracuse. Among these colonies was Ancona, as we know it, and Hadrian, the forerunner of Venice. At the height of Syracuse's power, its direct rule included most of Sicily and the southern part of the Italian peninsula, with a population of about 2 million. In Greece, many knowledgeable people even put Syracuse and Persia on the same level, believing that they were a threat to Greece. During several Olympia Games, there were many scenes of Greek people besieging the Syracuse athletes' camp, protesting, and even clashing with them. Of course, this was also related to Dionysius and the mercenaries robbing the Delphi sanctum, although they did not succeed in the end. In the latter half of Dionysius's life, he had been fighting with Carthage, who had recovered his strength, and he lost more than he won, which limited the further expansion of Syracuse. For this reason, Dionysius even transferred his hatred to Carthage's ally, Rome. In 390 BC, the Gauls of northern Italy went south and attacked the Etruscans. Under the instigation of Dionysius, they defeated Rome's reinforcements and continued to accelerate south, crossed the Tiber River, and captured the city of Rome. This became one of the most painful memories in the history of Rome. It could be seen that Dionysius was very good at dealing with foreign races, so it was not surprising that he incited the Simonians to go against Ionia in this article. Dionysius had groundbreaking political wisdom. He implemented different ways of ruling the areas under his jurisdiction according to the different conditions of each area, which was very similar to the later system of Rome. He subdivided the army and carried out professional training, which later benefited the Macedonians a lot. He was very temperate in his living habits and strictly restricted his children's misdeeds, but his rule of the people of Syracuse was indeed very strict. Perhaps it was because his mentor and father-in-law, Hermocrates, was deceived and killed by the Democrats of Syracuse, and his wife was raped to death by the mob. He was seriously injured and luckily escaped by hiding in a pile of corpses. These tragic experiences in his early years had caused his temperament to change greatly. Dionysius was a complicated historical figure, and he hoped that the description could be 1/10 of this ambitious and ruthless person. 2. Dion. He was a famous historical figure written by the famous historian of ancient Rome, Plutarch, into the biographies of famous people in Rome. According to the time in the book, he should be less than 10 years old, and little Dionysius had not been born yet. The author forced the two of them to show up at the last moment, because there would be no more chances after that. As the prime minister of the next tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius was specially trained by Dion. He was also sent to Athens to study. Plato was his teacher, and the two of them had a deep friendship. Perhaps influenced by the democratic atmosphere in Athens, while he was trying his best to assist little Dionysius, he also hoped that the young tyrant could be more democratic and wise, so he invited Plato. Plato used virtues to educate little Dionysius, hoping to cultivate a philosophy king. But not long after, little Dionysius grew tired of the two of them, and because of the persuasion of others, he invited back Philistos, who had been banished to Hadrian for many years. As soon as the wily Philistos returned, he made it clear that Plato and Dion's methods were not suitable for Syracuse. After some of his manipulations, little Dionysius even suspected that the two of them had ulterior motives. Plato returned to Athens resentfully, and Dion was also expelled from Syracuse. A few years later, he led his army back to Syracuse and overthrew the tyrant's rule. When the newly established council wanted to democratically elect a general, he believed that centralization of power was the only way to be efficient, and any city-state decision had to be approved by him. Therefore, his obstinacy caused the chaos in Syracuse to not be pacified. In the end, he died in the riot, and the strength of Syracuse was greatly damaged, and it went into decline. I feel that he is a bit like Yeltsin. I don't understand why Plutarch chose him and not other more famous figures who had a greater impact on ancient Greek history, such as Epaminondas. Was it because Dion advocated democracy and carried out a coup? 3. Herolas. In the information that I have gathered, there is very little information on this historical figure. I only know that in the early days, he was a supporter of Dionysius, and later he opposed Dionysius's dictatorship. This can be seen from his later famous phrase, "The power of a monarch is nothing more than a gaudy shroud." Before Dionysius's large-scale invasion of Greece, he escaped from Sicily and united the various city-states in Greece to form an allied army to defend Greece. As a citizen of Syracuse, he actually became the commander-in-chief of the allied army. I don't understand why an outsider would become the commander-in-chief of Greece? Was it because he was famous, or was it because choosing a general from another city-state would cause conflict, and everyone would accept him? Herolas led the allied army to invade Syracuse's army, and he was in the vanguard, at the forefront of the army. He didn't send scouts or spies to patrol the battlefield in advance. Under the circumstances where he didn't know the exact location of the enemy, he rashly advanced. As a result, near Cirium, he was attacked head-on by the well-prepared Syracuse army. Herolas wasn't afraid at all. While he stubbornly resisted, he also sent messengers to inform the troops behind him to hurry over as soon as possible. Thus, the Allied army continuously entered the battle with the fueling tactic, and was defeated wave after wave by Dionysius. Herolas died in battle, and the strongest armed force in Greece was forced to surrender. Greece could no longer stop Dionysius's ambition to conquer. Sometimes the author really suspected that Herolas was a traitor. His military command was too lousy. Therefore, everyone could understand that it was very likely that Diomyras, the consul of Tarentum, was easily ambushed by the allied army of Mecca and Prussia. This was because the commanding ability of many Greek city-states in this era was indeed very poor, and their tactics were also backward. In order to increase the excitement of the war, the author also deliberately raised their level. Otherwise, the Dionysian army formed by Devers using the advanced military theories of his previous life would be Phaedon. Many readers probably didn't remember who this name was. Phaedon was the general of Lygum. Why specifically mention him? For he is one of only two persons, the other being Archita, whose name is recorded in the history of this period in Magna Graecia, which the author has collected. Some people would ask, what about Cunigarata and Cornelis? These were all fictional characters by the author. It could be seen that there were too few historical records of this period in Greece. There weren't many records about Phaedon. It was only known that after the allied army of Greece was defeated, he still led the army of Lygum to fight against Dionysius, and he fought again and again. He was tenacious and caused a lot of trouble for Dionysius. Therefore, after the city of Lygum was breached, Dionysius killed his entire family, including his relatives and friends. He could be considered to have killed the 3 tribes. Alright, that's all for the nonsense. I suspect that I'm trying to cheat the word count, but I've collected so much information about Sicily and Greece. At the end, this summary should be worth some money, haha. Chapter 585. In the year 393 BC, on June 1st, after the Great Greek War had completely subsided, countless people of Dionia flocked to Thurii, the center of its confederation, to witness the official coronation of the Devers in front of the Temple of Hades. At that moment, the whole city was in an uproar. Since then, the Confederation of Dionia had changed its name to the Kingdom of Dionia, and King Devers had declared that he would change the chaotic way of counting the years in Greece, and that the year of his coronation would be the first year of the Kingdom of Dionia. Time flew by, and soon it was the 10th year of Dionia, that was 383 BC. The weather was very hot in August, but the tax officer of Prospero in the city of Naxos, Galadmus, was still running around in the fields. In order to reconfirm the land owned by each household and the growth of the crops, he roughly estimated the amount of land tax that each household in the area should pay after the autumn harvest. The tax paid by the citizens of Dionia could be in kind, such as wheat, olive oil, grapes, or gold and silver coins. This required the tax officer not only to have a strong calculation ability, but also to be familiar with the prices of commodities in the market. Moreover, it was necessary to arrange sufficient manpower during the tax collection to avoid mistake. Therefore, during those few days, not only would the officers of the various demos dispatch their civil servants to assist the tax collectors, but they would also summon the accountants and scribes registered in their respective jurisdictions and hand them over to the tax collectors to command. Galadmus was able to become a tax officer because he had successfully completed 3 levels of elementary, middle, and high school in the most famous school of Thurii, and graduated with excellent grades in mathematics. The scholars who had graduated from the School of Mathematics in Dionia hoped that he could enter the school and continue his studies, but he insisted on living independently as an adult as soon as possible. Therefore, he easily passed the tax officer selection exam, which was known as one of the 2 most difficult examinations in the Kingdom of Dionia. The other examination was the judge selection exam, which was famous for requiring memorization of a large number of legal provisions and careful logical thinking. After 2 years of busy work as a tax officer trainee and assistant, he once again officially became a junior tax officer of Dionia with excellent performance and was assigned to Naxos in Sicily by the Ministry of Finance of the kingdom. This was already his 2nd year working here, and he was only 24 years old. It could be said that he had a bright future ahead of him. The region of Prospero governed 5 villages. Although it was located in the middle reaches of the Alcantara River and near the foot of Mount Etna, the terrain was not too flat, the land was more fertile, due to volcanic ash, so the population was not small. There were a total of 452 households, 1,822 people, and 2,680 acres of arable land. After Galadmus became tax officer of Prospero, he went from village to village and spent half a year to thoroughly understand the situation of the fields in the area. Naturally, the tax officer of Prospero and the tax officers of Prospero also had detailed record. The tax officer of Prospero. The tax officer of the Prospero also. However, Galadmos was a very serious person. He always wanted to confirm it with his own eyes. Therefore, he did not get along very well with agronomist Galadmos. "Sir, drink some water. The weather is too hot." One of the tax officers who followed him picked up a leather bag filled with water and said while wiping his sweat. Over the years, Dionia schools had been established in most cities in the kingdom. Many citizens who wanted to work in the public service would study in school. After their literacy, writing, and arithmetic skills had been greatly improved, they would then take the examinations for the public service of various departments. Citizens who could not pass the official examination could also take the secondary examination and serve as petty officials. Depending on their years of service and performance, they still had the chance to be promoted to the official position. The 2 tax officers who followed Galadmus were local citizens. They worked as tax officers during the slack season and received a certain salary. During the busy season, they had to go back home to farm. In fact, they worked part-time. The kingdom of Dionia relied on these part-time petty officials to support the management of the entire kingdom at the lowest level. Therefore, every official who officially took up the public service of the kingdom would be warned by their superiors during their probation period to respect the petty officials under them. Otherwise, they would not be supported and it would be difficult for them to complete the tasks assigned by their superiors. "Thank you, Gabrielnus." Galadmus thanked him, took the leather bag, and drank a mouthful of water. He immediately felt that his dry throat was moisturized. "There's nothing to thank me for. I should thank you for helping me solve some math problems during this period." Gabrielnus was eager to take the tax officer examination next year, so he had been studying hard during this period. Galadmus smiled and handed the leather bag back to him. "Finally, there's the last household left. After we finish checking, we can return to Magero." The other tax officer, Cabanax, urged him politely. He was 10 years older than Galadmus. When he was young, he experienced the turbulent period when Naxos was destroyed. Coupled with his old age, he was not as ambitious as his colleagues. He only hoped that he could always farm and collect taxes like now, and live a fulfilling and peaceful life. It would be even better if he could get an excellent in the year-end examination, which meant honor and more rewards. He had only gotten such a situation once last year, and he understood that it was all thanks to Galadmus. Looking at the situation this year, the tax office of Prospero, which they were responsible for, was likely to be rewarded again. Therefore, although it was tiring to follow the young tax officer, he was happy to listen. The last household. Galadmus looked ahead with mixed feelings. The owner of the last household was not simple. He was the senator of the kingdom's senate, Laodigian. Laodigian was originally from a prestigious family in Naxos. When Dionysius was the usurper of Syracuse, he went into exile in Lygum. Later, He followed the First Legion of Dionia to Sicily and served as one of the leaders of the exiles of Naxos. He made great contributions to Dionia's final defeat of Syracuse and the acquisition of the Catania plain. Later, Naxos was incorporated into Dionia, and Laodigian became the senator of Dionia because of his contributions and influence in Naxos. He also married his daughter to the then First Legion commander of Dionia, a powerful member of the Senate of Dionia, and a confidant of the king of Devers, Antonios. Laodigian became a senator and moved to Thurii, but he did not sell his home far away in Naxos because there were 5 acres of land given to him by the alliance. He also bought the land in Naxos from the soldiers of the legion through his connections with Antonios. The land in Naxos was rewarded for their military exploit. The land was not allowed to be bought or sold, but the land that was rewarded later on could be bought or sold. This was due to the distance, and the owner could not take care of the land and had to sell it. For example, the soldiers living in Thurii or Amendola were given land in Sicily. It would take nearly 3 days to travel by boat, not to mention to take care of the land there. They would have to send a confidant slave to work there all year round, which was laborious and troublesome. Therefore, they could only sell the land to the citizens of Dionia. Of course, the war 10 years ago allowed Dionia to obtain enough empty land in Greece. Most of the land that the soldiers of the legion were rewarded with was in Greece. For some soldiers of the legion who performed well, they were rewarded with 1 or 2 acres of land in Sicily. These lands were not cheap to buy or sell, but Laodigian was rich. If it were not for the officials of the Ministry of Agriculture, who were in charge of the land sales and supervision of the land transfer, who found out that Laodigian had pushed the price of the land too high and bought too much land, Laodigian would have owned more than 78 acres of land in Naxos. Last year, after Galadmos took up his post in Naxos, he had some conflicts with the Laodigian family. This was because, as a conscientious person, he discovered that the previous tax collector of Prospero's land had been collecting too little tax from the Laodigian family. Originally, most of the family's farmland was halfway up the mountain, and it was relatively difficult to get water to irrigate the farmland. Therefore, when the initial tax amount was set, most of the family's farmland was classified as middle and lower grade farmland, so the land tax was relatively low. However, after investigation, Galadmos found out that 8 years ago, Naxos had built a large water wheel by the Alcantara River. From then on, the river water could easily irrigate all of the Laodigian family's farmland, solving the water problem. The harvest of the farmland on the mountainside was even better than the farmland on the plains, but the family's land tax was still collected at the same rate every year. The key point was that the water wheel was not built with the Laodigian family's own money. Instead, it was built at public expense, as suggested by the Naxos Council to the city governor. Therefore, Galadmos believed that not only should the Laodigian family's farmland be reassessed, but they should also pay the tax they owed in the past few years. When Galadmos informed the Laodigian family of this decision, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Not only did the family refuse to pay more tax, but the butler who stayed behind also made various efforts to pressure the council to criticize the tax office for collecting arbitrary fees. Even the people in the village were stirred up, protesting that the new tax collector was too strict and oppressed the Sicilians. In fact, when Galadmos collected taxes, he weighed the wheat and other crops too carefully and was not allowed to be short of weight, which made it impossible for Galadmos to collect taxes. Moreover, Galadmos' direct superior, the middle-level tax collector of Naxos, was worried that his future would be affected if he discovered this mistake. At the same time, the good friends he had made in Naxos in recent years also put in a good word for the Laodigian family. This caused the tax collector not only to harshly criticize Galadmos many times, but also to reject his proposal to revise the Laodigian family's taxes and make them pay the arrears. Chapter 586. When the Devers led the mercenaries to recapture the city of Amendolara, Galadmos, who was only 15 years old, had to support the family on his own due to the death of his parents. He did not choose to be adopted and lost the opportunity to have a backer. However, there were not many Amendolan males who survived the Lucanian invasion, and the next generation of Amendolan citizens who held public office and performed well were even fewer. Fearing that Amendolan would lose its influence in the kingdom in the future, the senators of Amendolan like Strompoli, Scombras, and Cornelis had always taken care of and protected the next generation. Alcines, who unfortunately died young, Melisande and Galardmos were the ones they paid attention to. However, although the current governors of the kingdom cities were much more powerful than when the alliance was first established, there were still 2.5 officials in every city that they did not have jurisdiction over. Tax collectors, regardless of whether they were junior or mid-level, were directly under the kingdom's Ministry of Finance, under the jurisdiction of the Minister of Finance, and were directly responsible to the king. The other was the judge, who was appointed by the kingdom's Supreme Court to each city. Regardless of whether it was to try a case or make a judgment, he was not subject to interference from other people or departments. The other half was the military training officer, who was appointed by the training base of each legion and ultimately under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Military Affairs. The local governors could not interfere with military affairs. However, every time a city or region organized a large-scale military training, it involved countless citizens who had to abandon their farm work and complicated official duties. It was bound to cause some chaos in the local government, and both sides had to coordinate to solve it. Although Stromboro could not interfere with the tax affairs, he sent a patrol team to arrest the people who caused the most trouble. He also sternly warned the village chiefs of Prospero that they must immediately quell the trouble caused by the people in the village. Otherwise, he would forcefully remove the village chief, who did not do his job for the crime of incompetence. At the same time, he wrote a letter directly to the palace of Turii, reporting the ins and outs of the matter in detail to the king and Devers. After reading the letter, the Devers did not have much of an emotional reaction. They only called the Minister of Finance, Mercies, and showed him the letter. Mercies, who had been guarding the treasury for the Devers for more than 10 years, was not someone to be trifled with. He immediately sent his trusted men to Naxos to investigate the truth, collect evidence, and prepare to bring charges against Laodigian in the Senate. As soon as Mercy's men boarded the ship at the port, Laodigian received the news. He immediately rushed to the palace and asked the Devers. He sincerely expressed that he did not understand the situation in Naxos for a long time in Turii and was not very clear about the details of tax collection. Since the tax collector pointed out the problem, he was willing to abide by the tax law and pay double compensation. Due to Laodigian's timely submission, the storm was quickly settled. Mercies asked Divers for instructions and removed the middle-level tax officer of Naxos for dereliction of duty. He also praised the adherence to principles and loyalty of the Gerard model and gave him a generous reward. This matter spread in Naxos, and many people thought that Galadmos had won the favor of the king of Devers. From then on, no one made things difficult for him. At this moment, Galadmos and the 2 tax collectors stepped on the gentle slope and entered the fields of Laodigian's house. It was already the end of August, and the wheat had basically matured. Half of the hillside was dyed golden. The scorching sun and the heavy ears of wheat did not bend the stalks, and the gurgling water in the fields gave them the strength to stand upright. Seeing this scene, Galadmos could not help but feel happy. It seems that this year is going to be another bumper harvest. Since the reconstruction of Naxos, the past 10 years have been mostly bumper harvests. Demeter and Persephone are really blessing us, Cabanax said with a sigh. This is all thanks to the great king of Devers. He is the descendant of Hades, which is why these 2 gods have been blessing our kingdom, Gabriel emphasized. As a young man of Naxos, he had a stronger sense of identity with the kingdom of Dionia. Since the east and central coast of Sicily was incorporated into the kingdom of Dionia, the belief of Hades had also spread. As the Greeks of Sicily admired Demeter and Persephone, the priests of Hades did as the Romans did and incorporated the two goddesses into the divine system of Hades. Persephone was originally the queen of the underworld, and Demeter was both the sister of Hades and his mother-in-law. Therefore, next to the temple of Hades built in the territory of Dionia in Sicily, there must be a temple of Demeter, and Persephone was originally in the temple of Hades. After the celebration of Hades in September, it was followed by the harvest festival. The people offered sacrifices to the two goddesses to thank them for their blessings. Later, the festival spread to Greece. While the two of them were sighing, Galadmos was carefully examining the boundary markers at the edge of the field and estimating the size of the field with his naked eye. Laodicean, 78 acres of good field, harvest. Galadmos finally confirmed. Gabriel hastily scribbled on the papyrus stapled book. Galadmos looked at the Laodicean's field again and was slightly surprised. Most of the laborers in the field were cycles. The wheat harvest was about to be harvested, so it needed to be guarded. First, they had to drive away the birds that stole the wheat. Second, they had to prevent damage from beasts and humans. And third, they had to urgently harvest the wheat in case of continuous cold winds or other natural disasters. The large area of the Laodiceans' field required a lot of laborers, and the difference in the attire of the cycles and the Greeks could be distinguished at a glance. My lord, many Naxos families with a lot of land hire cycles as laborers during the harvest season. Even the craftsmen in the city like to hire them. Also, the laborers at the port. Their pay is cheaper, and they are not bound by the kingdom's laws. Cabanax saw Galadmos' confusion and quickly explained. His family lived in the northwest of Naxos, bordering the cycles, so he was more familiar with the situation. The cycles are not like us. Their land is concentrated in the hands of nobles and leaders, and the commoners become their hired farmers. It is difficult to feed a family with the rations they earn in a year, so they might as well work in Naxos as laborers. I heard that some cycles even wanted to register at the city hall, hoping to become a citizen of our kingdom. Unfortunately, the friendship agreement between the cycles and the kingdom stipulates that no cycles shall be accepted as citizens of Dionia. Not all the cycles are like that. I heard that the city of Cephaloiton in the middle of Sicily is like us, distributing land to the commoners. Even many cycles from other cities have gone to Cephaloiton, Gabriel said. Cabanax retorted, I heard that Cephaloiton is just a small mountain city. How much land can it have? It's already good enough that it can settle its own people. Most of the cycles are working as laborers in Naxos, Sicily, Catarni, and Leontini. You should know that a few of the city's protectors have protested to Lord Strompoli many times, saying that the cycles are robbing the livelihoods of the registered freedmen of Naxos, demanding that they be deported. Those conservators have been protesting against the sicker people's problems every year. I even heard that they made suggestions to His Majesty Divers during the Conservator Assembly in Turiae, but I don't see much change. Gabriel's words were interrupted by Galadmos. Let's just do our job and not discuss these irrelevant things. Yes, my lord. The two of them were alerted, not because they were discussing the high and mighty king of Devers, but because they were afraid that the protectors of Naxos would overhear them. In order to prove their worth, these protectors would do their best to protect the rights of the commoners, probationary citizens, and even freedmen. From time to time, they would quarrel with the local council and city hall. The two of them did not want to provoke these mad dogs. Let's go back. Galadmos turned around and was about to go down the hill. At this moment, Gabriel suddenly pointed to the front and said, My lord, there are two slaves coming out from behind the hill. Galadmos turned his head and saw two almost naked, dark-skinned men hurrying down from the top of the mountain. However, when they were halfway down the mountain, they saw Galadmos and his two companions standing in the field wearing Bolton uniforms. the uniforms of the kingdom's officials had special patterns and stripes that could be distinguished at a glance. They immediately stopped and panicked. Finally, they turned around and ran back to the top of the mountain. "Stop right there!" Galadmos was suspicious and immediately shouted. However, the two of them ran even faster. How could the three officials in Bolton uniforms catch up with them? In the blink of an eye, the two slaves had run past the top of the hill and disappeared without a trace. "Damn it!" Gabriel cursed as he looked at the green and continuous mountains behind the hill. He pulled up the corner of his clothes, wiped the big drops of sweat off his face, and handed the water bag at his waist to Galadmos. Galadmos unscrewed the stopper but did not drink it immediately. Instead, he asked, "Whose slaves are they?" "They must be from the Laodicean family," Cabanax analyzed. "My lord, look, from the mountainside to the foot of the hill, it is all the fields of the Laodicean family, completely blocking the way up the hill. If they were slaves from other families, they would not come here at all. However, these two slaves walked directly towards the fields before they saw us. They were not worried about being stopped by the Laodicean family's slaves at all." Chapter 587. It's possible that they cut down trees secretly, or secretly reclaimed the fields in the mountains, or even violated the rules when hunting. Gabrinus guessed. According to the law of Dionia, citizens must obtain the permission of the local agricultural officer before they could cut down trees. Secretly reclaiming land in the territory of the kingdom was not allowed either. The approval of the Ministry of Agriculture must be obtained. Even hunting was not allowed, especially young animals. Otherwise, they would be fined heavily by the Ministry of Agriculture. Of course, it was impossible for the Ministry of Agriculture to have so many people to supervise these illegal activities. It was more dependent on the reports of the people, especially the civil protection officers who were most keen on punishing the people who violated the law. Caranax did not speak. He thought that his colleague, in order to please his superior, would offend the powerful Laodicean family in Naxos. It was completely unnecessary. Galadmos was deep in thought. His eyes swept across the mountainside, and saw a servant of the Laodicean family standing on the edge of the field, supervising the work of the workers. The foreman, who was quietly looking over, met Galadmos's eyes and hurriedly looked away. Galadmos's heart skipped a beat and he walked straight over. The man immediately bowed and greeted Galadmos, and even promised that he would pay his taxes at the tax office in time after the harvest. Since the incident last year, the Laodicean family had obviously been warned. Every time they met Galadmos, they were very respectful. Galadmos had no choice but to ask euphemistically, "Are the two slaves who just came down from the top of the mountain yours?" "Of course not. I was just about to call the workers to arrest the two slaves who came out of nowhere and tried to break into my field. I didn't expect my lord to beat me to it. I still have to thank my lord for your help." The foreman said gratefully, "It's such a hot day today. My lord, you must be tired and hungry after being busy for most of the day. On behalf of my young master, Paphogres, I invite you and your men to our house for dinner to express our gratitude. Paphogres will be very happy to know that you are going." Galadmos thanked him and declined the offer. Then he looked at the Sikels in the field, and a few Greeks whom he did not know. He did not think that these temporary workers would know the two slaves. Although he had doubts in his heart, he was after all just a tax officer, not a patrol officer. It was not his responsibility to investigate illegal activities. When he returned to the Prospero town hall, he would talk to the agriculture officer about this matter. Whether it was illegal tree cutting, hunting, or reclamation, it was all their work. Galadmos went down the hill. When he reached the foot of the hill, he looked back at the golden wheat field. He vaguely felt that the foreman who had just spoken was still looking at him. "That person should be Antris," Gabriel said uncertainly. "Yes, he is Senator Laodicean's most trusted slave butler, Antris. I heard that even Paphogres has to listen to him," Cabanax said with certainty. No wonder Laodigian put him in charge of the house in Naxos. Paphogres is not a good person. I heard that he dared to molest the daughter of a senator when he was in Turiae, so he was chased back to Naxos. Is this true, my lord? Gabriel asked curiously. Of course it's a rumor. Galadmos immediately denied it. He was not interested in gossiping, but the conversation between his men made him secretly pay attention. He did not expect that the slave who greeted him with a smile was the same Antris that Strompoli had mentioned, the one who secretly played a role in last year's storm and made things difficult for him for a period of time. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Galadmos secretly became vigilant. He decided that when he returned to the Prospero town hall, he must remind the agriculture officer to do a thorough investigation. It was already around 6 o'clock in the evening when they returned, but the sun was still hanging in the sky at this moment. Galadmos and the other two walked east along the north bank of the Alcantara River. On the right side there was a surging river, and the green grass was swaying in the wind. On the left side there was a continuous wheat field. The golden setting sun shone on the golden wheat seedlings, on the farmers returning from the fields, and on the lively town in front of them. It shrouded everyone and everything in the joy of harvest. Although it was a small town, the area of Megero was much larger than the city of Sicily and had a larger population. 10 years ago, the exiles of Naxos rebuilt the old city near the Naxos Bay, but some of the people living in Megero were unwilling to move because their fields were all on the banks of the Alcantara River. If they moved back to the new city of Naxos, they would have to spend a lot of time traveling back and forth every day. As a result, almost half of the people living in the city of Naxos and Megero felt empty. A year later, the people of Sicily sent an envoy to Turiae, asking to be incorporated into the kingdom of Dionia. Why did Sicily, who had only joined the Dionia alliance, ask to become a territory of Dionia so eagerly? The reason was simple. Sicily had Naxos to the north and Catanae to the south. These were all cities of Dionia. Sicily was sandwiched on the coastal corridor between the two cities, with Mount Etna to the west, and its territory was small. The originally occupied town of Megero was also taken back by Naxos, so more than half of the citizens of Sicily had no land. How could they not be envious when they saw the people of the two cities getting a piece of land and living a prosperous life? As a result, the people of Sicily held a citizens' meeting and unanimously asked to become citizens of Dionia. Many of the Sicily who became citizens of Dionia went to Catanae and got a piece of land, and some came to Megero which they were familiar with, making the population of the town of Megero far exceed that of Sicily and the new city of Naxos. Therefore, there was a proposal from the elders of Naxos: simply upgrade Megero to a city and send a governor to manage it. This proposal was strongly opposed by the elders of Naxos, and the reason for their opposition was simple: because Megero was originally in the territory of Naxos. Antonios, who was the governor of Naxos at that time, also expressed his opposition. After all, if Megero was separated, the direct annual tax money that Naxos could get would inevitably be greatly reduced. The kingdom of Dionia implemented a tax-sharing system. The central government and the cities split the tax 50/50. It was not until the continuous influx of new citizens of Dionia that the population of Naxos caught up with the population of the new city of Naxos, which reduced the controversy a lot. However, the people of Dionia still jokingly called Naxos the two cities of Naxos. Indeed, in order to better manage Megero, every governor of Naxos had to send an administrative adjutant to Megero to be responsible for the management of this small town that was not a city, but more like a city. The city adjutant was a new official position in the kingdom of Dionia. Depending on the size of the city, a governor of a city would be equipped with 1 to 3 administrative adjutants. These adjutants would assist the governor in managing the city affairs, and each of them had their own division of labor. When the governor was away for important matters or was seriously ill, they would assume heavy responsibilities. Megero also became a place where the Senate of Dionia trained the elders who lacked administrative experience. The elders were appointed to directly serve as the administrative adjutant of Naxos and the manager of Megero. In the territory of the Kingdom of Dionia, there was also a city known as the Two Cities, and that was Cremissa. It was just that the town built on the marshy plains was smaller than Megero. The population of the new city of Naxos eventually grew, but the population of Sicily never increased. There were also some elders who suggested that Sicily was too small and that it was too shabby. They suggested that it be better to remove the name of a city and downgrade it to a small town, just like Tauromenion, which would save a lot of administrative expenses. Because Tauromenion was too strong and the land was too barren, Tauromenion was designated as a military fortress in Sicily by the Devers. It was also one of the training camps of the 8th Legion. Such a proposal was, of course, strongly opposed by the elders of Sicily. No one wanted to see their mother state downgraded, so the matter was left unsettled. Galadmos thought about these anecdotes about Megero and walked into the town. His office was in the town hall, which covered the entire middle and lower reaches of the Alcantara River. All the officials of the 5 demos worked here instead of in their own demos area. This was also another administrative feature of Naxos in the Kingdom of Dionia. 10 years ago, the 1st Legion occupied the square around the Megero town hall. After a difficult battle, they finally defeated the Syracuse coalition army, laying the foundation for Dionia to finally own the Catania Plains. To commemorate this great achievement, a memorial pillar was erected in the middle of the small square next to the town hall. At the top of the pillar was a statue of a soldier of the 1st Legion holding the flag of the 1st Legion. There were 2 small temples not far from the town hall. One was the Temple of Hades, and the other was the Temple of Demeter. There were already temples for these 2 gods in Naxos, but the people who lived in Melar proposed to build 2 more temples in Melar on the grounds that the temples were too far away and inconvenient to worship, but they were rejected by the chief executive and the council. As a result, the people of Megero collectively raised funds to build 2 small temples, which was another feature of Naxos. Although it was already dusk, there were still many people going in and out of the 2 temples. Most of them were farmers who had just returned from the fields, praying for the upcoming harvest.